A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane's brother, Johnny, now selling insurance, talked Mr. Race into taking out a $5,000 policy. But when the insurance doctor came to the house to examine Mr. Race, Jane thought the doctor had come to treat Mr. Race for his illness, of which he has been complaining lately, and so spoiled the deal. The scene now is the Ace's bungalow just after the doctor has left. We find Jane trying to explain to Marge and to Mr. Race, who is fit to be tied. Listen.
Now, dear, there's no use looking at me that way. This is one time you can't say it's my fault. Nobody told me anything about insurance. And when I saw a doctor, what was I to think? Well, I did. I thought he came here to see you because you've been sick. How did I know that Johnny was selling insurance now? I haven't seen hide or seek of him for about a year, much less that he sent the doctor to sell you insurance. Now, you might as well stop looking at me like that because I'm not going to look at you anymore. You're just wasting it. Stop it now. Last look.
Jane, will you please put your neck in there?
In there? That's too tight.
Now,
you leave her alone. She wasn't to blame for this.
No, not much.
Well, I did as much as she did. I thought he was a doctor come to treat you myself.
Yes, look at Marge if you have to look like that. It's behind me how you can expect me to know he was a doctor selling insurance.
The doctor wasn't selling insurance, Jane. He was here for an insurance examination.
Yes, how was I to know that? I opened the door and I see a bag, and he says he's a doctor, and he smells like medicine. Well, what was I to think?
Do you have to think?
Do I have to think? What kind of a question is that? Why, hardly a day goes by that I don't think of something.
Oh, really? I couldn't have caught you on one of your off days.
Well, if you'd have warned me, you could.
I was just decided this morning to buy this insurance. How could I tell you?
Well, I hate to get sarcastic, but did you ever hear of a telephone?
Oh, don't bother me.
Well, if a person's own husband won't call her on the telephone, there's no use talking.
I think she's got you there, my friend. You really could have let her know.
But I didn't dream that she'd sit here and tell a doctor I was practically falling apart.
I didn't say that. I said you've been sick. And you have. How do you feel now?
Terrible.
Well, no wonder. Look how excited you are. You've got to watch your blood pressure.
Pleasure?
It's no pleasure, Jane.
I should say it's not.
Well, it's not for me either. I'm just sick and tired of being made the ghost around here whenever something goes wrong. Now, this is your fault.
Mine?
Yes, it is. Why didn't you tell me about the insurance
I
and the
told
doctor?
you I didn't know about it myself. It happened so suddenly. Your brother came into the office. I was his first customer.
First customer?
Yes.
Well, he certainly got off to a flying start, didn't he?
I don't understand. What is he doing now?
Selling insurance.
Yes, I know, but what does that mean exactly?
Oh, this would be a fine time to start explaining that now that it's all over.
Well, you should have explained it over the phone, then I would have known what to say to that doctor.
Did it occur to you that you don't have to say anything to some people?
Not say anything. Just sit here staring, I suppose.
It would have been better than what you did.
When somebody comes here, I have to talk to him. I can't just stare into space.
Why not?
Why not? Well, how would it look if the doctor and I just sat here staring into each other's face?
Into each other? Yeah, well, I would probably have had the insurance by now. As it is, your brother lost his first client, that's all.
My brother, that's another thing. A fine brother he is. Do you know I'd even almost forgotten I had a brother? It's been that long since I saw him.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind, they say.
Yes, he was out of my sight so long I was out of my mind worrying about him. And after a while, I forgot him. A fine thing, my own flesh and bone.
Well, he'll be very happy to know how you spoiled his first sale.
I spoiled it.
Yes.
Now, just a minute, dear. If you'd have told me that this doctor was coming...
All right, Jane, let's forget it. I probably couldn't have passed it anyhow. Now, how about dinner?
It'll be ready in a jitney. I'll go tell Laura to hurry up and... Was that the door?
Yes.
Yes, I think it was.
Well, I'll go, dear. Just sit down and relax and stop looking so mad. There's no use crying over spoiled milk.
I wonder who this is now.
Well, James, hiya.
Oh.
What's the name, please?
Oh, now, this Dr. Clown.
Where do you get that what's-the-name stuff?
Oh, just being sarcastic. I haven't seen you in a doomsday.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been kind of busy.
Well, hello, Johnny. You remember me?
George, how are you? Gee, I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you, too, Jane.
Well, don't be so glad.
What?
I've got some bad news for you.
Bad news?
Yeah.
Now, don't look at me, Johnny. If he'd have told me that the doctor was selling insurance, I would have known he wasn't here because he was sick.
What's that? Didn't the doctor get here? I just dropped in to see that everything came off all right.
Everything's off all right.
Everything's off?
Yeah.
There was a misunderstanding, Johnny. You see,
I told you, Johnny, that I haven't been feeling well, didn't I?
Yeah?
Well...
Oh, how was I to know that the
Will
doctor
you
was selling...
hush?
Well, he keeps looking at me.
I keep looking at you because when something goes wrong around here, it's usually you that makes it go wrong.
Just a minute now.
It was a mistake. Have it that way. The doctor got here about 5 minutes ahead of me, and while waiting, Jane told him how sick I was. And that...
She was?
Yes.
I even chipped in with a few well-pointed
What
remarks.
is this? That was my first case. Oh, sis, how could you?
Well, how was I to know the doctor was selling insurance? All I said
this
was...
is going to be great for me. I'm through. I'm finished. Washed up. That's all.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that, Johnny, just because you didn't sell your first customer.
But don't you see, that doctor's going to go back there and tell him I tried to insure a sick man.
What?
Sure, they'll think I was trying to put one over on the company.
Oh, no, they will not.
They certainly will. She told him that you were sick and all that. How'd you come to do a thing like that, Jane?
I didn't come to do it. I didn't know the doctor was selling insurance.
Selling insurance? He was the company doctor. He was here to examine your husband for a policy. Oh, there goes a $5,000 policy shot to nothing. Well, that washes me up. I'm through. And I'm certainly through with you, Jane. Of all the dumb, idiotic things...
Oh, now, just a minute now. Don't get on your high chair with me. It's been a whole year since I've seen you, if I'm a day.
Oh.
My own brother, my own flesh and bone. We used to be together all the time. We were insufferable.
You're insufferable.
Yes, we both were.
Oh, don't bother me.
Don't bother you.
Yes, and I wish you'd stay out of my business.
What business is that?
It was the insurance business. I don't know what it'll be now. Oh, I'm going to be fired first thing in the morning. There's no question about that, thanks to you, sis.
Don't thank me. Nobody told me anything about insurance.
Oh, now, maybe you can explain it to them, Johnny. They won't fire you.
Oh, no, I know them. In fact, I even went back to the office and told them I'd sold this policy.
Well, what of it? Can't you sell it to somebody else? I'll buy it.
You?
Oh, sure. She's going to buy insurance now. Now,
Well,
listen...
I will. I don't want him to lose his job, even if he is my brother that I haven't seen in a year.
Hey, that might be an idea. Will you buy some insurance, sis? Have you got a policy?
No, I'll buy one. And what is it?
Oh, what are you talking about, Jane? She doesn't even...
Now, don't spoil his sale for me, will
Well-
you? I might be able to save my job. I'll tell him it was for Mrs. Ace instead of Mr. Ace. Now, let me see. $5,000 at your age.
$5,000? Is that what they cost?
Oh, you're going to do swell with her.
No, Jane, they don't cost $5,000. Now, just a minute. Now, I'll look it up in the book. Let me see. Jane, I forget your exact age. Am I 3 years older than you or 4? Well, what's your age, sis?
Age?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, no, I don't tell that to anybody.
You don't tell that to any... You have to when you take out insurance.
Oh, no, and you don't know either, dear. Not exactly.
I'll bet I do.
Now, don't you tell Marge. Now, Johnny, just stop talking about it. If you want to sell me one, all right. But let's don't get personal.
But I have to know the exact... What's the date and year of your birth?
Oh, October 12, 1913.
Good. $5,000 at age 25. That would be...
Johnny, I'm not going to spend $5,000.
No,
What do you
no.
think I am, a rich millionaire?
No, you...
Now, if you've got a cheap one.
No, you don't pay $5,000, Jane. That's the amount of the insurance. You only have to pay, here it is, $85.40 for a $5,000 policy.
Well, that's more or less. $85 for a $5,000 one?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, that's what I call a bargain. Did you hear that, dear?
Well, I've heard about enough of this. Now, let's just forget it.
Forget it, I should say I won't. Are you sure of that, Johnny?
Yep, there's the rate right here. $85.40 for $5,000.
Well, how can you afford to lose so much money?
Lose? Who loses?
Well, somebody loses, don't they? I mean, if you can sell something worth $5,000 for only $85.40.
No.
I think you'd better go into detail there, Johnny, before you go any further.
Sis, don't you understand what insurance is?
I don't think so. But what do you have to understand? Anybody can see how cheap that is.
Look, Jane, let's drop the whole thing. She's not buying
Oh, yes,
insurance,
she is.
Johnny.
She must have insurance. Now, look, Jane. You you know, of course, that this $5,000 is payable to your husband. He gets the money.
Well, I don't care. We're partners. He'd give me half if I wanted it.
There, now you see how she understands it.
No, Jane. He couldn't give you half because if he ever collected on this policy, you wouldn't be here.
Where would I be?
Be?
This is going to be quite a job, Johnny.
I've never heard of anybody that didn't understand what insurance is. I'll try to explain it here. Now, listen now.
Yeah?
I sell insurance policies. The person being insured leaves the $5,000 to the beneficiary. It's only paid when the insured dies.
Die?
Yes.
And out of that you make a living?
I make a living. Well, I hope so. Do you understand what it is now that you're buying?
I only understand that I have to pay $85.40 for $5,000.
Oh, but Jane, you don't understand that the $85.40 is just the first premium.
Yes.
Premium?
Yes, Jane. Look, that's the premium. You know what a premium is, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. What is it?
A premium?
Yeah.
Well, it's like the cup and saucer I get with the box of oatmeal.
The cup, yes, that's what I thought.
No, sis, you don't get this.
Johnny's going to have quite a job on his hands if he's going to get Jane interested in insurance. We'll learn more about it when next we meet the Easy Ace.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Free for All. Here, there, and everywhere, folks are praising Jell-O's wonderful new locked-in flavor. They're finding that Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors are now more delicious than ever, thanks to Jell-O's new process of locking the flavor right into the tiny Jell-O particles. Up until now, gelatin desserts lost flavor all the time they spent in the package. Often, by the time you used them, you found their flavor had faded and become flat. And sometimes the desserts you made with them just missed being as good as you had expected. But today, Jell-O has changed all that. No more fading flavor. Every last bit of Jell-O's original richness is locked into Jell-O's crystal-like particles for keeps. And time can't touch it, can't steal it, any of it away. Your next package of Jell-O will prove it. Just open the package. Notice there's no heavy fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. But the instant you dissolve the Jell-O, you unlock its captive flavor, and out it rushes in all its full, thrilling goodness. Order several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our versatile master of ceremonies who started work this week on a new motion picture.
Yes, sir.
A man who is as much at home in front of a camera as he is before a microphone.
Like you said, I'm versatile. Say.
A man who has a profile like John Barrymore, and have you seen him lately? Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Chubby, you can rib me. You can rib me about it all you want to, but it sure feels good to be making a picture again. I tell you, Don, that's really my racket.
Well, Jack, I must admit that I do enjoy you on the screen immensely. I really got a big kick out of your last picture. The one you made with Fred Allen.
With Allen? Wait a minute. That wasn't my last one, Don. See, I made Charlie's aunt after that. Remember when I was dressed like a lady?
Oh, yes. Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I didn't get to see that one.
You didn't see Charlie's aunt?
No, I meant to, but somehow I just didn't get around to it.
Oh.
By the way, Jack, who's the director of your current movie? Is it someone you've had before or somebody new?
Didn't get around to it, eh? Now, look, Don, I hesitate bringing it up right now, but you've been on this program 8 years, and you know our rule about not seeing my pictures. So what about it?
Oh, yes, Jack, I forgot. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, I hate to do this, Don, but if I make an exception of you, they'll all expect it. You know, rules is rules. Anyway, answering your question. Oh, here's your change, Don.
Thanks.
Answering your question, the director of my latest screen vehicle is none other than Lubitsch. Ernst Lubitsch.
Lubitsch? Well, that's wonderful. That's a great break for you, Jack.
It is?
Why, certainly. You know, there's a saying in Hollywood that Lubitsch can even make a lamppost act.
Don, any resemblance between me and a lamppost is purely coincidental. I'm slim, yes, but that's all. Anyway, Don, as I was saying, it sure feels good to be in front of a camera again. Right back where I belong.
What was that?
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. What was that you said?
I was telling Don I'm very happy. I'm right back where I belong.
Oh, selling suits, eh?
I mean pictures. I'm making a movie.
Oh, that's right. You haven't sold a suit since you worked in your father's store in Waukegan.
Of course. That's over 20 years ago.
The one you're wearing held up nice.
Mary, one thing about my father's merchandise, it lasted and lasted. In fact, Dad used to have a slogan, buy this suit and you'll get sick of it. We sold plenty of them that way.
Well, I'll have to admit, Jack, that outfit you're wearing is very snappy.
Certainly. How do you like the pants?
Get a load of the cuffs. You look like Puss in Boots.
When my feet get cold, I roll them down. I can go along with a gag, sister. And incidentally, Mary, instead of coming in here with those wisecracks, why don't you congratulate me on the start of my new picture? You know, Carol Lombard is my leading lady.
Oh, boss, come now.
I'm not kidding. Carol Lombard is my love interest.
Lombard and Benny, hey, that's quite a team. Have you many romantic scenes with her, Jack?
Yes, lucky girl. Imagine. I make love to her all day long, and then at 6 o'clock she drives home to Gable. But say, that Gable is a pretty good leading man himself. You know, he's no slouch.
Oh, Jack, you're just as attractive to women as Clark Gable any day.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Mary. That's sweet of you, but Clark is a pretty handsome guy, you know.
Oh, you're just being modest. You don't hear women talk about you like I do.
Oh, Mary, stop, will you? I'll admit I'm not homely, but what do the women say about me?
You asked for it, brother.
Never mind. You always have to start something, don't you? Always.
Say, Mr. Benny, I heard you talking before, and you think Carol Lombard is pretty good looking, don't you?
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
What was that you said?
I forgot now.
What a brain. Dennis, you said something about Carol Lombard being very good looking.
Oh, yes. Well, I go with a girl that's better looking than any movie star you ever saw.
Oh, you go with a girl? She is. Well, say. What's her name, Dennis?
Thelma Gray, Crestview 7071.
Oh, well, you didn't have to give me her telephone number.
I might as well. You'll force it out of me later.
Now, hold on, young man. When did I ever threaten you to get a girl's phone number?
Remember in New York when you took me to the top of the Empire State Building?
Never mind.
And you held me over the edge by one leg?
I was just showing Al Smith how strong I was. Anyway, you're lucky you didn't go out with that girl. You've still got your watch. Well, so much for your love life, kid. Now, how about a song?
Okay. I'm going to sing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie, and I dedicate it to the Palm Springs Vaqueros.
Who cares, you little squealer? Go ahead with your song. Crestview 7071. I must remember that. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Jello program. Why aren't you listening to us?
Mary, find out who that is.
Hello? Hello, this is Barton speaking. Belly Laugh Barton.
Is Grandma there? Just a second. It's for you, Jack. It's that kid you hired for a gag man.
Oh, Belly, huh? Oh, hello, Belly. What's on your mind?
Listen, I've got a terrific gag you can pull on Phil Harris tonight. Is he there yet?
No, what's the gag?
Well, this afternoon I told him to ask you how many hairs on a monkey's face.
Uh-huh.
And when he asks you, you say, the next time you shave, count them.
Oh. Well, now, wait a minute, Belly. That's kind of an old gag, isn't it?
Look, you know it and I know it, but the younger generation never heard of it.
Well, maybe you're right, Belly. Are you sure Phil will ask me that?
Yeah, and when you pull the answer, you'll never know what hit him.
Yeah, you really burned. Thanks, kid. And listen, I'll call you up after the show, let you know how it went over. Where can I reach you?
Crestview 7071.
What? Hey, wait a minute, Belly. Hey, Belly. Oh, well, that's a good gag you gave me anyway. The next time you shave, count 'em. I must remember that. Sing, Dennis. I can hardly wait.
I'm a roving cowboy, far away from home, far from the prairie where I used to roam, where the dog is gone now, and the wind blows free. Oh, my heart is yonder on the lone prairie. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie, where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me 'neath a western sky on the lone prairie. Give me back my saddle, give me back my gun, give me back that bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. Hear the cowboys sing by the campfire's gleam. Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie, where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me a western sky on the lone
Carry Back to the Lone Prairie, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, I must say that your voice is improving every week. No kidding. Someday you'll be another Bing Crosby. All right, Don. Dennis has a voice like Bing Crosby.
Thanks.
I'm not talking to you. All right, Don. Bing Crosby.
Oh, Jack, this one is so ridiculous.
Don, go ahead.
Why don't you do it yourself, you coward?
I'm not the announcer. Now, go ahead, Don. Bing Crosby.
Oh, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you're in the mood for attempting an economical dessert, why don't you go a Crosby Street to your neighborhood grocer?
Yes.
And bing home a package of Jell-O.
There. See? There you are.
Bing home Jell-O. Well, I haven't talked like that since I was 2 years old.
Oh, act your size, Willow. That happens to be a very clever idea for a commercial.
Did you think of it yourself, Mr. Benny?
Who else?
That's right. Who else?
Well, I like it. I think of that kind of stuff all the time. My mind runs that way.
I wonder if your father can make a straitjacket to match those pants.
Mary, let me analyze it for you. In the first place, well, look who's here. I'm so glad you were able to make it tonight, Phil.
Sorry I'm late, pal, but I was out in my car listening to the program.
Oh, listen to the program, eh? Well, how is it?
Jackson, you need me.
Well, for your information, Phil, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, Benny need Harris like apple need worm. And incidentally, that glint in my eye is Jimmy Dorsey. You know, I heard him last night.
Oh, don't get excited, Jackson. That was only a rib.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's all this ballyhoo about you making a new picture?
That's right, Phil. I started working on it this week.
Well, here, I ain't going to see it.
Thanks. The picture isn't made yet, and already it's grossed $10. But I must tell Alexander Corder about that. But I wouldn't jump to conclusions, Phil. You see, Carol Lombard is in it, and Lubitsch is the director.
Not Ernest Lubitsch.
No, not Ernest. The name is Ernst. Ernst.
Look at his pivot tooth go around.
Well, if it stops on the red, you win. You know, I can go along with a gag. Believe me.
Say, Mr. Benny,
Yeah?
is that the same Mr. Lubitsch that directed Marlene Dietrich and Margaret Sullivan and Maurice Chevalier?
Yes, sir.
And Claudette Colbert and Gary Cooper and Greta Garbo?
Yep. And now he's directing me.
Is he flipping?
No! No, he's not flipping. The trouble with this gang, you're all too close to me. You don't realize I'm a good actor.
Say, Jackson, how'd you ever land a big director like that?
You mean Lubitsch?
Jack held him over the Empire State Building till he signed the contract.
Oh, stop. To hear you talk, you think I was the strongest guy in the world. Now, let's cut out this nonsense and go on with the program. Let's have a number, Phil, before Miss Livingston dreams up something else.
All right, what do you want to hear?
Music, but I'll take what I can get. No. Now, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Jackson, I want to ask you something.
Yeah? Yeah, what is it?
How many hairs on a monkey's face?
Well, I'll tell you, Phil. Oh, my goodness, I forgot the answer. Mary, get me Belly Laugh on the phone quick. The number is Crestview 7071.
You didn't forget that, you wolf.
Oh, never mind. It's too late to pull a gag now. Let's see. Phil is supposed to say to me, how many hairs on a monkey's face? I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, what do you want?
Boss, this is the last straw. Either you get rid of Mr. Billingsley or I'm going back home to Arabia.
Oh, don't get so excited. What's our border done now?
Well, you know that suit of armor we got in the hall?
Yes?
And you know how it's holding that big spear?
Yes?
Well, I was waxing the floor in front of it just now, and the first thing I knew, I took off.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley is in it, eh? What in the world is he doing in that suit of armor?
This week he's King Arthur.
King Arthur?
Yeah, better come home early. He's going to hold court in the dining room tonight.
Well, that's just silly. If you remember the legend, King Arthur's knights gathered at a round table. Our table is square.
It's round now. He saw it on the corner.
Well, this is your fault, Rochester. You know how eccentric Mr. Billingsley is. How did he ever get a hold of a saw?
A friend sent it to him in a loaf of bread.
That table is a genuine antique. Save the corners, Rochester. I'll think of something. Now, look, I'll be home soon, so let Mr. Billingsley wear that suit of armor. What was that? What happened?
King Arthur just fell off his horse.
Horse? What horse?
He's got a saddle on Carmichael.
Oh, my goodness. Well, look, Rochester, I'll be home soon, so humor Billingsley. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I finished making those Christmas cards for Mr. Lubitsch.
All right. All right, hang up.
He'll like them, boss. Right under the Santa Claus, I got his name in big silver letters. Ernest Lubitsch.
That's Ernst Lubitsch. Ernst. Now do him over.
How many T's in Ernst?
Just one. It sounds like more. Now, goodbye. You want anything done right, you got to do it yourself. All right, Phil, let's have your band number.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Answering your question, Phil, the next time you shave, count them. Ha ha! I knew I'd think of it. That was Wham Bang Crash Zowie, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, I've got to say one thing about your arrangement. You certainly take care of the brass section.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. I got 3 violins in the band, and they're playing all the time.
Yeah, but who can hear them? Another thing, 2 pianos. What do you got 2 piano players for?
They're Siamese twins.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't know that. Siamese twins, eh?
Didn't you see the 3 of us dancing at Charlie Foy's the other night?
Yes, but I thought I was drunk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't understand it. I only had ginger ale. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday, we want you all to listen in, because we're going to present our annual drama of the gridiron. Yes, sir, we're all going to play football. We're really going to kick it around.
We kick it around every Sunday.
Never mind. And I would also like to announce...
Say, Jackson, look, do you mind if I leave now? I've got a friend waiting for me out in the hall.
What?
Well, he just got in town a few days ago, and I'm having dinner with him.
I'm sorry, Phil, but your friend can very well wait till the program's over.
That's a fine way to treat Leo DeRocha.
I don't care who... Leo DeRocha? You mean the manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers?
Yeah, he's sitting right out in the hall.
Well, what are you waiting for? Bring him in. Bring him in.
Sure, a guest star for nothing.
Mary, I just want to say hello. I know him very well. Bring him in, Phil.
Okay.
So, Leo's in town, eh?
Say, Mr. Benny, who's Leo DeRocha?
I just told you, he's manager of them bums. Don't you remember, Dennis? I bet you $5 Brooklyn would win the World Series.
Oh, yes. How did that ever come out?
I'll tell you later, kid.
Well, fellas, here's that man.
Well, come on in, Leo.
Hiya, Jackson. Glad to see you.
Say, Hey, this is quite a surprise, Leo. I didn't think you'd get in town till next week. Where are you staying?
I'm living over at Georgie Rath's house.
Oh, Rath's, eh? Well, why didn't you come over to my place, Leo? You'd love it there. Quiet surroundings. Only 10 minutes from Hollywood, and I got a 40-foot heated swimming pool.
Now, I know. I got your folder.
Oh, well, then what made you pick out Rath's place?
Well, you don't understand, Jackson. I'm Georgie's guest. I'm living there for nothing.
Oh, I see.
Guys like Rath that are ruining the tourist business.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary, I wanted Leo to be my guest, too. I wasn't going to charge him. Oh, Leo, this is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Or may I call you Mary? I've listened to you so often on the radio, I feel I almost know you.
Thanks. Gee, how can such a sweet fellow slug an umpire?
Mary.
It's easy, sister.
Good. And Leo, good. Leo, this is Don Wilson, our announcer, and Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Hello, fellows.
Glad to know you, Leo. Say, I was wondering about the World Series, Mr. DeRocha. Who won, the Dodgers or the Yankees?
Is that Mick looking for trouble?
No, forget it, Leo. It's a long story. But, Leo, remember when I saw you that first game at the Yankee Stadium, and I said to you, how does it look, kid?
And I said, we'll moiter him?
Yeah. And then you lost 4 games out of 5. What happened?
Well, you can't tell about those things. It's like your radio program. You don't have a good one every week, do you?
No, but we don't have 4 bad ones out of 5.
Look, Jackson, you've been called bums as often as we have.
I didn't look at it quite that way.
Come on, Leo, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. I want to talk to him. Say, Leo, didn't I hear you? Weren't you on Fred Allen's program a few weeks ago?
Yeah, what a sweet guy. I got laughs on his show.
Get laughs here if you'd read your lines right. Don't ad-lib with me, brother. I'm pretty fast on those answers.
Now, go on. You don't even know how many hairs on a monkey's face.
Oh, yeah? Well, the next time I shave, I'll count them. Wait, what am I saying? That was wrong. Give me that again, Leo.
Come on, Leo, will you? Let's go. Georgie's waiting for us across the street at the tropics. Come on.
Okay.
Georgie, is Raph having dinner with you two guys?
Yes, you want to join us?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Oh, Don, carry on with the show, will you?
Who am I going to talk to, Dennis?
Mary is here. Stick out your stomach, and she's good for 3 jokes. Come on, Leo. Let's go, Phil. Come on. Well, Leo, I'm sure glad you came out to Hollywood. No hard feelings, even though I lost a little dough on the Dodgers. Reminds me I owe Jesse $50. But I want to tell you something, Leo. You got a great ball club there. And next time you'll be right back in the series. I know I'm going to bet on you, and I'll bet on you every time you play. That's me. I'm a singer, Leo.
Here's a dessert, friends, that certainly does live up to its beautiful name. It's called Hawaiian Sunburst. And you've never seen a dessert that's more glamorous and attractive. Just picture it. A shimmering mold of deep crimson raspberry jello surrounded in a sunburst effect of shining wedges of golden Hawaiian pineapple. And how easy it is to make. You just dissolve a package of jello imitation raspberry flavor in 1 1/2 cups of hot water. Then add 1/4 teaspoon of salt, 1/2 cup of the juice from the can of pineapple slices. Chill in individual molds, and in serving, circle each mold with the wedge-shaped pieces of canned sliced pineapple. What a delight to the eye and a treat to the taste. So get them both and make up this lovely, luscious dessert. But be sure when you buy to ask for Jell-O, because only Jell-O's new locked-in process gives you all the flavor, always.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Did you know that the folks who make Jell-O also make 3 of the most delicious puddings you ever tasted? Jell-O chocolate, Jell-O vanilla, and Jell-O butterscotch puddings. And are they swell? Take Jell-O vanilla pudding. Why, even Grandma would be proud to make a pudding as smooth and rich as this one. Its wonderful homemade flavor lends itself to luscious puddings, cream pies, tarts, cakes with cream fillings, and lots of other grand desserts. And it takes only a few pennies to buy, a few minutes to make. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings, too. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
And brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jump for Joy. What rich, thrilling enjoyment you get from today's new Jell-O. Now made better than ever by Jell-O's wonderful locked-in flavor. Here's one of the biggest improvements ever made in gelatin desserts. A new scientific method by which Jell-O's full original goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. The gelatin desserts you used to buy continually lost flavor during the days they spent in the package. They became flat and tasteless as time stole away their freshness. But the new Jell-O is different. Today, all of Jell-O's bright, tingling flavor is locked into Jell-O's crystal-like particles, locked in for keeps where time can't touch it, no matter how long your Jell-O remains in the package. Just prove it for yourself. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice there's no heavy, fruity aroma that tells of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and presto, you unlock its captive delight, and out pours a delicious flood of flavor. Don't wait another day to try it, friends. Order several packages of the new Jell-O tomorrow. The flavor never goes away. We put it in, and it's there to stay. That was Jump for Joy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and no doubt most of you will have turkey for dinner.
That's right.
So this evening, without further ado, we bring you a chestnut for your dressing, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, thanks so much for that introduction. It was not only topical, but flopical. Chestnut for your dressing.
Well, in my opinion, Jack, it was a very clever gag. I thought of it all by myself while I was shaving this morning.
And you didn't cut your throat? I can't understand it. Anyhow, Don, it'll soon be Thanksgiving, and I love you. By the way, would you and the little woman like to come over to my house next Thursday for a nice wild duck dinner?
Thanks, Jack. We'll be very glad to. Wild duck, huh?
Yep, I went hunting yesterday morning, and as usual, I brought home the limit, 3 ducks. Beauties, too. Huh?
But, Jack, the limit is 10 ducks.
Oh, I mean on one shot, Don. You see, I don't go out hunting and bang away like it's 4th of July, you know.
3 ducks with 1 shot. My goodness, I have no idea you were such an expert hunter.
Oh, sure, Don. For me, that's nothing, you know.
Well, I'd say that's darn good. By the way, Jack, what kind of a gun do you use?
My gun? Oh, it's just a plain, ordinary, double-breasted shotgun. It does the trick, though.
You mean double-barreled, don't you?
What? Oh, yes, double-barreled. It's a Westchester.
Well,
I never miss with it. You know, I really never miss it.
This certainly is news. Benny the sportsman. Tell me, what'd you get yesterday, mallards or canvasbacks?
I beg pardon, Don? What was that?
I said, what did you get, mallards or canvasbacks?
Yes, sir. But I want to tell you something, Don.
Well, what were they, mallards or canvasbacks?
They were ducks. Quack, quack. If you don't want to come to dinner, say so. I suppose every time I shoot a duck, I have to go up to him and say, my name is Benny, what's yours? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to.
Okay, forget it. But believe me, Don, there's no thrill in the world like getting out at 5 in the morning, hopping into that rowboat, and waiting for those ducks to fly by.
Yes, there's no question about it. That's real excitement. By the way, Jack, do you use a retriever?
Well, I, beg pardon, Don? Do I use a what?
A retriever, you know, a dog that swims out and gets the ducks after you shoot them.
A dog that swims... Say, that's an idea. That'll save Rochester from getting wet all the time. Wait till I tell him, huh?
Why, Jack, you don't mean to say that Rochester jumps into that cold water.
Yes, and he brings back those ducks without a tooth mark on them. Except once when I accidentally hit him on top of the head with an oar. Anyway, Don, be sure and come to dinner and you'll taste the finest... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, John. Hello, Mama.
Mama?
Yeah, she finally got a radio set.
Oh. Hello, Mama. Keep up the payment. See, now she can listen to us. Oh, say, Mary, I went out hunting yesterday and I brought you a little present. Here you are, some beautiful duck feathers. Here.
What do I want with duck feathers?
You can put them on a hat or something. What can I do with them?
Glue them on your chest. It's going to be a cold winter.
They'll just fit on my tattooed eagle. I can go along with a gag, sister. Anyway, if you don't want them, I'll give them to Dennis. He'll think of something.
Where'd you get those feathers anyway?
I told you I went hunting yesterday. I go every year. Remember last year when, Paul, when you were with me?
Oh, yes. Did you tell Don what happened?
Never mind.
What was it, Mary?
Jack was in a rowboat when some ducks flew by, and boy, was he excited.
Oh.
So he pulled the trigger too quick, shot a hole in the boat, and came home with 18 trout.
Well, they were delicious. Fried in butter.
And the way you explained that hole to the owner of the boat.
Well, it could have happened.
It could not.
It could, too.
How could a boat be torpedoed in Lake Henshaw?
All right, forget it. It was years ago. And that's the last time I'll ever take you ducking. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, here's your tickets. Front row center. Best in the house.
Tickets? What tickets?
Here, Mary. Now, look. Hold them till Wednesday night and get there early. I don't want you to miss a thing.
Wait a minute, Phil. What are those tickets for?
Well, it says right there on them. And you guys don't think I can act, huh?
Well, I'll be darned. Get a load of this, fellas. The Hollywood Night School, 3rd grade dramatic club, invite you to a special Thanksgiving play entitled The Courtship of Miles Standish.
Well, who are you, Phil? Miles Standish?
Now, let her read it. Go ahead, Mary.
This play stars Willie Shapiro as Miles Standish, Butch Peterson as John Alden.
Go on, go on.
And Philip Harris as Priscilla.
Priscilla?
That's me. I'm the heroine.
That's heroin. Heroin. So, Phil, Phil, you take the girl's part, eh?
Yeah, ain't that a novelty?
Well, not exactly, Phil. If you remember, I recently played the female lead in Charlie's Aunt.
Yeah, but you were an old bag. I'm young and tender.
Listen, Harris, I'll put on a sweater with you any day. Any day, brother.
The Courtship of Miles Standish, eh? Say, that ought to be very interesting, Phil.
Yeah, now look, fellas, get this plot. Miles Standish is the captain of the soldiers in Plymouth, Mass., and he knows plenty about fighting them Indians. But when it comes to clinching with a blonde, the kid ain't half. Anyhow, Captain Standish sees this beautiful doll, Priscilla. That's me with my curls combed out. And I'm sitting by the window in my cottage spinning a wheel.
What are you doing, playing roulette?
I don't know. Don't say.
Isn't that awful?
Anyhow,
Phil, don't tell us the plot now. You'll spoil the surprise. What a character. Oh, Mary, would you mind telling our beautiful young pilgrim maiden to put down her spinning wheel and direct a band number?
Why don't you speak for yourself, Jackson?
Oh, go ahead and play, will you? Hold it, Prissy.
Come in. Telegram for Mary Livingston.
Right here, Bud. Give him a tip, will you, Jack?
Give him a tip.
Well, it's your program.
Okay. Here you are, Bud.
Oh, goody. A ticket to Miles Standish.
Get out of here. Every time I look at his head, I want to play tic-tac-toe. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from Mama. Dear Mary, program coming in fine. How can Jack have the heart to shoot a duck when he walks like one?
Well, the old battle axe is still punching him out. Belly Laugh Barton gave us that gag. Play, Phil. Why did she have to buy a radio? That was This Time the Dream's on Me, played by Pilgrim Harris and his Plymouth Rock. Plymouth meaning the boys have landed musically, and rocks meaning I wish I had some. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last Sunday, the football season being in full swing, tonight the Benny Athletic Actors will present their annual drama of the gridiron entitled He Fumbled the Ball, or Who Tickled the Tackle. Now, as usual, I will play the part of Dennis. Dennis, I wish you'd get here on time.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Benny, but I couldn't find a place to park my car.
Dennis, you don't have to drive around the streets all day. There's a parking lot next door where you can leave your car for 15 cents.
How do you know?
I heard about it. I can go along with a gag. Now, where was I?
Say, Mr. Benny.
What?
I heard a broadcast last night that made my blood boil. It ought to burn you up, too.
Well, who was funny? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I was over at my girl's house necking with her, and she got bored and turned on the radio.
Well, naturally. So?
So we listened, and there was a guy on the air that sounded just like you, and he even used your name, Jack Benny.
Dennis, that was me on the air last night. I was doing a special broadcast for NBC's 15th anniversary.
And who played the part of John Wilson?
That was Wilson himself. And if you'd have been with us, I'd still have to explain it to you.
Gosh, was that really you and John?
Certainly. We did a comedy act. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Gee, it was so lousy I couldn't believe it.
Look, kid, you just didn't get the idea of our act. We were very good.
Then why did my girl turn off the radio and go back to me?
I don't know. What a kid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our drama, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous football coach of Flatfoot College.
Oh, Jack, why doesn't there someone else be the coach? You don't know anything about football.
I don't, eh? Let me tell you something. When I was on the team at Waukegan High, they used to call me Tiger Benny.
That's because you scratched everybody with your long fingernails.
They called me Tiger because when I played, I was a snarling, vicious animal.
Like on payday?
What was that, Dennis? What was that?
Watch out for those fingernails, kid.
No quiet. Now, let's get back to our casting. Phil, you're going to be right end. Dennis, you're going to be left end. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be everybody in between, so loosen your belt. Now, Mary...
You mean I'm going to be right guard, left tackle, and center?
Yes.
Well, I must be quite an actor.
Take it any way you want it. Now, Mary, inasmuch as we're short of men, you'll have to play on the team, too.
I'm not going to be a man.
You are, too.
I'm not going to wear football pants.
And you're going to wear football pants.
They better have lace on them.
Never mind.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis. No use talking. I must have a talk with that kid. Now, I'll play... Dennis, did you ever see Our Wilderness? You must see it sometime. Now, our play, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, what is it?
I was looking at those ducks you shot yesterday, and you know, boss, they're pretty small.
Yes, they are small.
In fact, they ain't ducks at all. They're pigeons.
Look, Rochester, I ought to know what I shot. What makes you think they're pigeons?
One of them's got a message on his right leg.
What?
Just took Manila. Signed Dewey.
Dewey?
Boss, those birds are going to be tough.
Oh, some kid must have put that message on for a gag. I still insist they're ducks, and we're going to have them for Thanksgiving.
Uh-huh.
Now, take them out of the icebox and dress them.
I'll have to wait till you get here, boss. They're so full of buckshot, I can't lift them alone.
Well, then ask Mr. Billingsley to help you. Where is he?
He took the message and he's flying to Washington.
Well, for heaven's sake, stop him. Stop him.
Too late now. He put the electric fan on his head and jumped off the roof.
Oh, my goodness. And what happened?
His feet are sticking out of the rain barrel.
Well, get him out of there. I'll be home soon, so hang up.
Okay. So long, boss.
So long. Oh, say, Rochester, I've got good news for you. The next time we go duck hunting, you won't have to swim out for them. I'm buying a dog to do it.
Thanks, boss. I was getting tired of chasing that ball anyway.
I just did that to keep you in practice. Goodbye. Of course, if I buy a dog, I'll have to get a dog house and a license. Sing, Dennis. Then if he bites the mailman, I'll be in trouble. Go ahead, kid. I have to think that over. that was Shepherd's Serenade sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis, and quite a novel arrangement. Say, Phil, I noticed you put a harp in the orchestra for Dennis's number. And the harpist is a most attractive young lady.
Yeah, she goes with my guitar player.
Oh, the harpist and your guitar player. Is it serious?
Nah, they're just stringing each other. Ha, 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 it's a Lulu.
Oh, Priscilla. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our drama of the gridiron entitled We Can't Lose. Or, We Can't, eh? The scene is Flatfoot College in the town of Front. The first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Now, listen, men. In this next half, we got to go out there and fight. You're playing like a bunch of jellyfish. You've been out there 30 minutes, and what's the score? I asked you, what's the score?
Notre Dame 7, Northwestern 6.
That's the trouble with you guys. You're not concentrating on this game. Now, I don't want that portable radio out in the field while we're playing. It's confusing.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, Coach.
Listen, Livy. All during the game, you've been tackling Meatball's quarterback and slapping him in the face. What's the idea?
That's Jim. The rat never sends me pretty flowers.
Never mind the romance. Just stick to the game.
You said it, Coach.
And you, left guard, right tackle, and center. A fine game you've all been playing.
None of your lip or we'll walk out, won't we, fellas? You're darn right. Yes, you said it.
Now, cut that out. And you, Dave.
Yes, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you fall down. Why don't you run?
I keep tripping over the lace on my pants.
You're wearing the wrong one. Now, look, men. We've still got a chance. The game isn't over. All we got to do is get rolling. Why, the score is only...
65 to nothing.
65 to nothing?
Hey, when did we get a nothing?
We started with that. Now, come on, men. I'm going to play with you this next half and show you something about football. We'll win this game, or my name ain't Poison. Here we are, folks. The score is Meatball 65, Flatfoot nothing, and the second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes Flash Benny and his Flatfoot team.
Yellow, yellow, hey, 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 best dessert in the USA. Flavor never goes away. Put it in and there to stay.
Listen to those cheers, folks. There must be 18 people here today. There's more than that on the team. Oh, go shoot a pigeon. Those were ducks. Darn that guy. Now, men, we've got nothing to worry about. I'll call the signal. Day'll carry the ball and crash through for a touchdown.
Who, me?
Yes, you. We're depending on you, Day. You're the best player on the team.
That gives you an idea, folks.
All right, men, let's go. Here we go, folks. Meatball's about to kick off. Flatfoot's lining up to receive. And there's the whistle. Well, there's the boat, the Catalina. On your toes, men. Well, there's my boat, folks. So I'll now turn the microphone over to that famous sports announcer, Mr. Raymond Radcliffe.
Thanks, Captain Henry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Raymond Radcliffe speaking.
Oh, fine.
I will now describe the way affiliate of this thrilling football classic.
Classic?
Lefty Wanfield of Meatball is making the kick. And there goes the ball. West Benny of Flatfoot receives the ball on his own 30-yard line and is nailed in his flat.
Well, I didn't make much gain that time, fellas. But how can I with a fur ball?
Your toupee fell on it.
Oh. All right, men, this time we'll pull our famous hidden ball play. You know how it goes, Dave?
No, hum a little of it.
It means that you carry the ball. Now, come on, men, line up. This is our chance. Signal. Hey, Wilson, pull in your left tackle a little. You're offside. All right, signal. Valfam. Rigapunt. Crunch.
Hey! It's a Kawato play. Westman, he grabs the ball and reways it to Howard. No, it's to Wilson. Wilson Waterwolf today. They grabs the ball and work at that throw 0-1. Run, Day, run! Day is crashing through the line. Look at him run. It looks like he's off for a touchdown. He's 11 yards from the goal. And what's this? He's tackled. Day is thrown on the 3-yard line, and he's not doing.
Oh, that poor kid. Oh, my goodness. He's out cold. Look at him laying there. Dave, speak to me. Say something.
A truck hit me. Get the license number.
Oh, for crying out loud. Play, Phil.
This is an unusual dessert, friends. It's unusually delicious. It's called Hawaiian Sunburst, and a grander-looking, grander-tasting dessert never decorated a table. Picture a brilliant mold of rich red raspberry jello surrounded in a sunburst effect by juicy wedges of golden Hawaiian pineapple. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? And nothing could be easier to make. Simply dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in 1 1/2 cups of hot water. Then add 1/4 teaspoon of salt and 1/2 cup of the juice from the canned pineapple slices. Chill in individual molds, and in serving, circle each mold with a wedge-shaped piece of canned sliced pineapple. Now, most grocers are featuring canned pineapple and raspberry Jell-O all next week. So get them both tomorrow and treat the family to this swell, distinctive dessert. Just remember, to enjoy this dessert at its best, be sure to use Jell-O, because only Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you all the flavor, always.
This is the last number of the 7th program in the current Jell-O series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Say, Mary, I'm having a big Thanksgiving dinner Thursday at my house. Would you like to join us?
Who's coming?
Well, there'll be Robert Taylor and Barbara Sandwick, and Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Mr. and Mrs. Henry Fonda, and the Fred McMurrays, and maybe Moe Lee.
Him, you're sure of.
Yeah. Good night, folks.
You know how delicious, how downright good Jell-O is. Well, you'll feel just the same way about Jell-O puddings. 3 luscious, creamy puddings that are made by the same people who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, simply brimming over with the buttery brown sugar flavor of golden butterscotch, and just as smooth and rich as the homemade kind that Grandma used to make. Yet how easy and inexpensive it is. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O puddings in all 3 flavors: chocolate, vanilla, and creamy golden butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Many times when a woman has something important to do, she can count on her husband to help her. But not if her husband happens to be Phil Harris. Tonight, Phil's efforts to help Alice almost result in a national catastrophe. More about that later. But first, a word from RCA Victor. Television brings you some of the finest entertainment the world has ever known. Drama, music, the arts, and education are brought right into your home. And trust RCA Victor to bring you the finest in television reception. If there's a picture in the air, you've got it with an RCA Victor Superset. Like the 17-inch Covington, for instance. The Covington gives you clearer, steadier, unquestionably stronger pictures in almost any television area, city or country. It gives you television with picture power. And this fashionably styled console receiver with beautifully figured doors will complement any living room setting, too. It's a super set you'll want to have in your home. Once you decide to buy the Covington, ask about a factory service contract. When you buy RCA Victor television with RCA factory service, you get television's greatest combination. Offered by RCA Victor, cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. As you all know, this is the month for the March of Dimes drive. Alice is helping in her neighborhood to raise money for the National Infantile Paralysis Foundation. She's been out all morning collecting funds, and Phil, being left alone, is putting this time to good use. He's working on an arrangement for his band.
Let me see now. What's a good selection to play?
Daddy, I want to ask, what are you doing?
Doing? I'm picking a selection for my musicians.
Oh. Who do you like in the fifth at Santa Anita?
Well, I figure the counterpoint ought to get in there by a lip, but it's a fast track. Never mind. I said I'm writing music for my band.
Well, in that case, you can help me, Daddy. I'm studying music in school, and there's something I want to ask you.
Well, if it's about music, you've come to the right boy. What would you like to know?
What's a chromatic scale?
You have come to the right boy, but you brought the wrong question.
Daddy, if you're a musician, you must know what a chromatic scale is.
Oh, chromatic scale. Oh, of course I was kidding. That's very simple, honey. Now, look, let's break it down. Chromatic scale. Chrom is from the Greek, meaning small pieces. Attic is the top part of a house. Put them both together and you have a chromatic, or a crummy piece of music that ain't fit to be played in any attic. Have you got any other questions?
Have you got any other answers?
Oh. Now look, kids, just run along and play. You can ask your mother when she gets back. Your mother's out collecting for the Infantile Paralysis Foundation. There goes that phone again. That doorbell. Phone, doorbell. Doorbell's been ringing all morning. I never saw so many salesmen trying to sell things. I'll get rid of this one fast. Well, what are you trying to sell?
The present you gave me for Christmas.
Oh, it's you, Rem.
I've been trying to peddle it all month, but nobody seems to want a plastic martini olive.
Okay, let's come on. Come on in. I want to close the door.
Thank you. Where's Alice?
She's out collecting money.
With all the money she has, she's collecting more?
She's getting it for a foundation.
Oh. She could use a new one. She's getting a little hippie.
She's collecting money, Remley, for the Infantile Paralysis Foundation Fund.
You're just saying that so I can't have a funny answer.
Will you stop already? It's on the level. She's out there now.
Phil. Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice.
Hey, honey. How'd you do on the collections today?
Oh, just fair. Do you know the quota for this neighborhood is running about $800 short?
I'll take care of that, Alice. I'll give you everything I have in my pocket.
Ooh, this is going to boost it right over the top.
Phil, anything Frankie gives will be welcome.
Thank you, Alice. I'll just empty my pockets, and you can have everything that's in them. There you are. It's all yours.
Oh, what a wonderful donation. A corkscrew, a bottle opener, 2 pari-mutuel tickets, and a green marble.
That's not a marble. It's a plastic martini olive.
No, that's a real one, Curly.
Oh, a real one? Well,
Yep.
You better dust it off before you put it back.
Now, you know, Frankie, it would help more if you gave some money.
Alice, you just mentioned the one thing I happen to be out of. However, I can help the cause in another way.
How?
I'll contribute my talent.
Alice, take the corkscrew. Look, honey, honey, did you have much trouble collecting this morning?
Well, most people gave, but some of them were awfully tough. Like that Bill Bennett.
Yeah. Who's he?
Well, he's that very wealthy man that just moved into the neighborhood. He wouldn't give a nickel. In fact, he wouldn't even open the door for me. And some of the others wouldn't give either.
Well, honey, don't feel badly. Maybe it's your fault. Maybe your approach was wrong. I'll tell you what. I'll go back with you to the place where you couldn't collect from, and I'll show you how it's done. Come on, Frankie, go with me.
Who, me? You expect delicate little me to go tramping around from door to door? I'd love to, but I can't on account of the weather.
What weather?
It's raining, and I've got arthritis.
Well, it ain't raining, and you haven't got arthritis.
How about snow and rheumatism?
No.
Hail and a soft head?
Rambling. I said you're going with us. The least you can do is to help collect.
All right, I'll go.
All right, now you're talking. Look, come along, Alice, and we'll show you how to raise money for the March of Dimes.
Okay, you wait here. I want to tell the children something before I go. Phyllis?
Yes, Mother?
Look, honey, I'm going to leave this envelope on the hall table, and when Uncle Willie gets here, ask him to deliver it to Bill Johnson. He's the head of the polio drive in this district.
Does Uncle Willie know where to deliver it?
Well, Mr. Johnson's address is on the envelope. It's 22 Maple Street. Goodbye, dear.
Come on, Alice, let's get started.
Coming, honey. I'll be with you as soon as I get my music.
What music?
Well, sometimes people recognize me and ask me to sing, and well, I hate to be unprepared, so
I get it. Go ahead and sing.
You keep me waiting till it's really aggravating. You're a slowpoke. I wait and worry, but you never seem to hurry. You're a slowpoke. Time means nothing to you. I wait and then late again. Then it's late again. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9:45. Why should I linger every time you snap your finger, little slowpoke? Why can't you hasten when you see the time's a wasting? You're a slowpoke, dear. Why should I keep trying to change you? It's not the thing to do. I guess I'll have to be a learner slowpoke.
Slowpoke, why take your time? It's nearly 8:45. We'll miss that opening curtain time. You keep me waiting till it's getting aggravating. You're a slowpoke.
Come on, boys, let's get with it.
I wait and worry, but you never seem to hurry. You're a slowpoke.
Showtime. Time means nothing to you. I wait and then late again. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9:45.
Why should I linger every time you snap your finger? You're a slowpoke. Why can't you hasten when you see the time's a wasting? You're a slowpoke, dear. Why should I keep trying to change you? It's not the thing to do. I guess I'll have to learn to be a slowpoke. Slowpoke like you.
Which house do you want to start at, Phil?
This one's as good as any. Just stand back, honey, and watch the masters at work. We'll show you how to collect. Hey, you wait here. We'll come back in a few minutes with a fistful of money. Come on, Remley. You know something, Remley? There ain't nothing to getting money out of people. All you got to do is to be charming and personable and ingratiating and...
Oh, yeah, particularly ingratiating.
You have trouble with the easy ones, don't you? Hey, I hope this first one's a dame, because when I turn that charm on, I'm irresistible.
Well, what do you want?
This one might be a little tough. Madame, it is indeed a pleasure to ring a bell and have such a charming creature appear in the doorway.
Now, go peddle your brushes someplace else, you old goat.
Keep it up, Curly. She's weakening.
My dear young lady, do you think that I would bother such a beautiful girl with such a plebeian thing as brushes? No, my pet. I am here on a much more important mission. I am here to get money from you.
Oh, a gigolo! And such an old one.
You ain't doing so good, charm boy.
Give me time. I'm a slow starter. Madam, we're collecting for charity.
I'm not interested.
Oh, now, but I know you are. I'm sure your heart is as big as the rest of you.
What was that?
He means you're just as generous as you are fat.
Remley. You see, lady, we're collecting for the March of Dimes.
I'm not giving anything to anybody.
But, madam, you don't have to give much. Just a little something. It's just... I have an idea. Why don't you give $1 for every year of your life?
Charge it by the pound, Curly. We'll get more.
Will you? Please. Surely, madam, you wouldn't mind giving one measly $1 for every year of your life.
You expect me to give $18?
18. Look, lady, give me $65 and let me get out of here.
65! Oh, I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Lovely person.
Yeah. She has all the charm of a used hot dog napkin. A football job. Come on, Remley, let's try the next time.
This time I'm going with you.
Okay, this time I'll really show you. Hey, we ought to pick up plenty here. Yeah? We're here to collect the...
The garbage is in the rear.
We're not here for no garbage.
Well, what do you want?
We're trying to raise some money.
Why don't you bums get jobs instead of going around panhandling?
Just a minute, they're with me.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, lady, letting your 2 boys beg. What kind of a mother are you?
Now, Mother, look here, mister, you have a lot of nerve saying...
Now, take it easy, Ma.
Yeah? Mustn't abuse your arteries, Mama. The doctor said...
Oh, be quiet.
Hold your family squabble someplace else. Now, beat it!
Oh, wait a minute,
How much we collected so far, Curly?
Don't be snide. Sharp riders. I'm just getting warmed up, Remley. Now watch me at this next house.
Well, you better let me handle this one, Curly. Your salesmanship isn't very good.
Now, look, fellas, maybe you'd better forget the whole thing.
Now,
I'll collect and you...
Tut, Alice. I'm going to show you how it's done. You pay attention, Curly, and you'll see a real salesman at work. Hello.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Get out of the way, Remley. This is my territory. Look, Look, miss,
Yes? What's on your mind, handsome?
Well, I'm here to... What am I here for again? Yes. May I step inside and talk
Bill?
to... Honey, this is for charity. I'm just trying to sell her
You do, and it'll be the death of a salesman.
What do you people want?
I don't know about them, but what are you doing tonight, Bill?
Wait. You see, miss, we're here to collect for the March of Dimes,
Oh,
and
that's a coincidence. Huh? I'm a collector for that drive, too.
You are?
Mm-hmm. How much do you want to give, Blue Eyes?
Well,
And most people give a portion of their income. And I'm sure that a strong, attractive man like you is going to be very generous. Now, how much you're going to give?
Would 8 gallons of blood be enough?
I know you'll be generous. Any woman who gets you will be a very lucky girl. And how about you, mister?
Who, me?
Yes. Aren't you going to give something, cutie?
This is a cutie.
Of course I'm going to give something, miss. Here's $5.
Frankie.
Ma'am?
When I asked you for a donation, you said you didn't have any money. Yet you donate to her.
With her, it might lead to something. With you, I haven't got a chance. Here's the money, miss. Now, about a date.
Thank you very much.
Give me back the $5!
I got a feeling we ain't doing so good on this drive.
Now, look, Phil, this is an important drive, and I'll do it alone. You two go home.
Alice, why don't you let us try that rich guy who wouldn't give you anything? Bill something.
Bill Bennett? Oh, you'll never get a nickel from him. Go home.
But Alice,
Go home.
All right, I'm going home. Come on, Remley. Whim, what can you do with him?
Put him between a cup of wine and a song, and you got something.
What are you trying to do? Plug my new RCA Victor record?
Somebody better plug it if you want it to sell.
Maybe you're right.
Sure.
You're a cute kid.
Give me wine, women, and song. Let me dance the night away.
Where the wine is flowing, the gals are glowing, I'll dance till the break of day. 6 days a week in the factory, 6 nights a week it's to bed for me. I draw my pay and if things go right, I spend every cent on Saturday night. Give me wine, women, and song. Let me dance that night away. Where the wine is flowing, the girls are glowing, I'll dance till the break of day. Talked to a man who was old and gray. Listened and here's what he had to say. Memories are worth more than all your gold. So live when you're young and dream when you're old. Give me wine, women, and song. Let me dance the night away. Where the wine is flowing, the girls are glowing, I'll dance till the break of day. Heard of a man who was locked in jail. The warden walked in, said, you're looking pale. What's your request, son, before you die? The man raised his head, and this was his cry. Give me wine, women, and song. Let me dance the night away. Where the wine is flowing, the girls are glowing, I'll dance till the break of day. Wine, women, and song. Dance till the break of day. Dance till the break of day. Just give me wine, women, and song. Wine, women, and song. What a round robin.
Hey, Curly, Alice has got a lot of nerve sending us home like that.
Don't aggravate yourself, Remley. You get all worked. Well, don't do it. Gee whiz, you get so worked up. What you need is a drink to quiet your little nerves.
Yeah, that might help.
Well, come on in the house and I'll brew you a piping hot pot of tea.
Curly, I just want to quiet my nerves. I don't want to soak my feet.
Tea is good for you. This is sassafras.
Oh.
It's this time of year. You know, I've been thinking, Remley, if we could collect from that rich guy that wouldn't give Alice nothing, that cheapskate.
Oh, hey, look, here's a letter on the hall table, Curly. I'll open it.
Wait a minute. Is it addressed to you?
No. What's that got to do with it? some of the spiciest reading I've ever done has been other people's.
Will you give me that letter? It's addressed to some guy named Bill Johnson. Bill Johnson? Hey. This is the cheapskate who wouldn't give Alice anything for the drive.
Well, Alice is probably writing him this letter begging him for a contribution, huh?
Yeah, but that ain't going to get it now with a guy like that.
No.
Now, look, let's you and I go over and see this guy in person. We'll make him give or else.
Right.
Come on. Hey, Remley. How do you like this piker, Bill Johnson? Won't give nothing.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful house he lives in. Just look at the size of it. Half of it gone, but look at the size of it. Gee whiz, and won't give a nickel to charity.
Curly, if this guy is as mean as Alice says, he'll never even open the door for you.
Look, I got a way to make him open the door. Watch this.
All right, open it up. Open it up. Open it up in there.
Who's out there?
Never mind. No. What'd you say?
I said, who's out there?
I don't know if I want to go in there or not.
Let me tell you something, Tallulah. If you don't open this door, I'm going to tell your wife what happened at that convention you went to.
What convention? What happened?
How should I know? Every guy's done something at a convention that he don't want his wife to know nothing about. I'll guarantee he opens on this. Never misses. Are you Bill Johnson?
Yes. About the convention, fellas, I really
Never mind the convention. We're here to
talk. I want to hear what happened.
Frankie, will you please? We're here on business. Johnson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
But, fellas, it wasn't my fault. You know how it is at those conventions. I stayed out late with the boys one
Will you
night.
forget the convention? Look, Johnson, I'm not going to beat around the bush. You got a lot of money, and we're here to get some of it.
You're not getting any money from me.
But this is for a good cause. We want...
Good cause, my eye. Oh, I know your type. If I gave you money, you'd go out and spend it on a bottle of cheap wine.
Oh, you misunderstand. We don't want the money to buy... wine?
Family. Will you stop?
A bottle of muscatel might warm us up, Curly. It's cold out. We got a lot
Will
of...
you get out of here? I'm trying to do a little bit... Look, mister... Are you going to give us some money or aren't you? Answer yes or no. What'd he say?
I didn't hear him.
Well, I guess I'll never know what the answer is. I know I could convince that guy if I could only get in the house, but now he's locked the door.
You could pick the lock, Curly.
How do you pick a lock?
Try one of your bobby pins, Harris.
Grogan, what are you doing in this house?
Well, I was just passing by and I didn't see any light in the window, so I thought I'd drop in. What are you guys doing here?
Well, we're collecting for the March of Dimes, and this guy who lives in here refuses to give anything.
Oh, the guy won't give for the March of Dimes? How low can a guy get? Now, why don't we go in and talk to this monkey?
Well, the guy ain't gonna let us in. He's got the doors locked.
A mere technicality. I'll open that door.
Have you got a skeleton key?
Well, you might call it that, yeah. Stand back and let me hit that lock.
Loud key. Yeah, but it fits good. Hey, Grogan, you shouldn't have blown that lock off.
You wanted to get in, didn't you? So you're in.
What's the meaning of this? You shot 2 holes in my new door, and when I tell my wife, you know what she's going to say?
Shut up.
How did you know?
Fellas, tell me, fellas, is this the butterball that won't give nothing?
That's him.
Well, I'll keep him covered while you frisk.
Now, wait a minute, Grogan. You can't do it this way. That's stealing.
Well, yes, it might be construed that way, yeah. Well, I'll appeal to his better nature. Look, mister, I think that you ought to be a generous soul and give money to our worthy cause.
And if I don't?
I will have to blow your lousy little head off.
can't blow his head off. He's short enough at his... I mean, you can't do that.
Look, we're wasting time. Remley, frisk this guy and take his dough.
Brogan, I don't think that you...
Maybe you'd look good without a head?
That's what I said. I was just going to frisk him. Stand still, Shorty, while I...
Now, don't you dare. Now, keep your hands out of my pocket. You're giggling.
Hey, here's an envelope, Curly. Hey, it's got money in it.
Count it.
Right.
Hey, you can't take that money. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to
the March of Dimes.
It certainly does.
I'm glad you're seeing our way.
Hey, Curly, there's $1,228 in here. Let's turn it over to Alice, huh?
Well, we can't...
Mr. Johnson, your front door was open, so I... Phil, what are you doing here? I came over to...
You're too late, honey. Already got the money. $1,228 for the March of Dimes. Aren't you proud of me?
Well, yes, but who did you get the money from?
From that cheapskate that you said that nobody could collect from, that little guy right there.
Oh, but Phil, this is Mr. Johnson. He's...
Mrs. Harris, who is this man?
Oh, he's my... Before I answer that, what did he do?
Well, he and these other two hoodlums held me up and stole the March of Dimes fund that we've collected.
What do you mean, you collected?
Oh, Phil, Mr. Johnson is the head of the March of Dimes drive for this district.
You mean he's not the cheapskate that...
No, he's not.
Oh, well.
Oh, Phil, why do you do
I'm
these
sorry.
stupid things? I should have listened
But
to my
honey,
mother. She was right.
Honey.
She warned me about you.
Brogan,
How will I ever
Brogan,
live
do
this
me a
down?
favor.
This is a
What?
worthy
Put
cause.
your
We're
gun to
trying
my
collect
head and
money
pull the
for you.
trigger.
You go around messing things up.
Harris,
People aren't
that
going
is
to give
the
it people like
easy
you.
way.
All right, call me a coward, but it's better than having to listen to this for the rest of my life. Pull the trigger!
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. It's mighty comforting to know that there are policemen, firemen, and doctors around to handle emergencies when they arise. Well, somewhere near you there's another community servant, not as prominent perhaps, but also mighty comforting to have around when your television set develops trouble. He's your local radio television serviceman who has the experience and equipment to restore your set to its original performance. Should your set need a new picture tube, he'll probably recommend RCA, because he knows from experience that an RCA picture tube will give you the clearest, brightest picture your set is capable of delivering. He'll tell you, in fact, that more RCA picture tubes are in use than any other make, that modern all-electronic television is an RCA development. The next time your television or radio set develops trouble, regardless of its make, be doubly sure. Call in the local serviceman displaying the famous RCA trademark. He'll repair...
Next, Theater Guild on the Air, starring Thomas Mitchell on NBC.
USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the servicemen and women of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay, then, gang. Time to rustle the rubber around the rostrum and reel in some rabid raucuses in answer to your request to Command Performance, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Incidentally, this month marks the 5,000th hour of broadcasting from the AES at Tehran in the Persian Gulf Command. And in honor of them, Command Performance has selected as your mistress of ceremonies on this particular stanza the lovely star of Universal Pictures, Deanna Durbin.
Thank
Mr. Don Wilson, and hi, fellas.
Pardon me, Deanna.
What is it, Don?
Well, Deanna, I hate to bother you, but something has just come up, and I think you ought to know about it.
Really?
Yes, you know, Jack Benny's on the program tonight.
Yes, but not till later in the show.
Well, he didn't understand it that way. You see, he's been a master of ceremony so long, he assumed he was going to run things tonight.
Oh. Well, where is Jack now?
Well, he's backstage mumbling to himself and writing down with Deanna Durbin on all the dressing room doors.
Oh, I'm sorry Jack is so upset.
But I'm sure that you can straighten things out, Deanna. When he comes in, be diplomatic, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Here he comes now.
I must be taxed.
Yeah.
Gentlemen of the AES, meet the great comedian who has entertained you in person in almost every theater of operations, Jack Benny.
Thanks, folks. Hi, fellas.
Welcome to Command Performance, Jack.
Thanks, you little sneak.
Jack, you shouldn't feel like that. I was called upon to be mistress of ceremonies here tonight, and just because you misunderstood and thought you were going to take charge, there's no reason for any hard feelings.
It isn't, huh?
No, I realize that you're one of the world's greatest MCs.
You do, huh?
I also realize that you've just returned from an extensive tour of our bases in the South Pacific.
And they loved me in New Guinea.
Well, I understand that they loved you everywhere. But I should think that after a trip like that and with all that work, you must be awfully tired.
Oh, I am. I'm exhausted.
Then why don't you go over in the corner and sit down?
Now, just a minute. I'm not that weak, young lady. Besides, if you think I came all the way down here just to sit in the corner, you got another thing coming. Say, I don't know what's happening to all the young girls nowadays.
Well, naturally, you don't get around them much.
Now, listen, Deanna, topping me will get you nowhere. If you want to be mistress of ceremonies, run the show. It's all yours, Miss Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. As you know, on these command performances, we aim to answer all the mail that comes our way. One of the names we come across over and over again is Martha Tilton. And since her recent tour to the South Pacific, that mail has really piled up. So now...
You see, the mail has really piled up. I mean, there's no
Jack,
there.
please.
You need vaudeville training to introduce people right.
All right, Jack. I'm willing to learn. How would you make the introduction?
Well, I'd try to use a little ingenuity. I'd say something like, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. That's not even the joke yet. I stopped in at the drugstore, and there was a girl playing the pinball machine. And she would have won except for one thing.
What was that, Jack?
She was Tilton. Martha Tilton. There's an introduction. Don't you think so, Deanna?
Well, you could never throw your brain out of joint thinking of it, but it was all right.
I thought it was dynamite. How about you, Martha?
Well...
Now, there's a girl who knows. Gee, Martha, you're looking swell.
Well, thanks, Jack.
You know, I haven't seen you since we both got back from the South Pacific. What's the good word?
It's still no.
Find out what Martha's going to sing. I'm getting nowhere.
Okay, Jack. What's for the boys, Martha? Lots of requests for I Walk Alone, Deanna. I walk alone because to tell you the truth, I'll be lonely. I don't mind being lonely when my heart tells me and your love and your kisses to guide me. Till you're walking beside me, I walk I'd like to present to you now, and I do hope this introduction meets with Mr. Benny's approval, one of the finest instrumentalists and band leaders in the country. You know, folks, I was afraid I was going to be late tonight.
Why, Deanna?
Because when I got here, I couldn't open the door, see? Tommy Dorsey.
Thanks, Deanna.
Tommy, I'd like to explain that introduction. You see, it comes from the Jack Benny School of Comedy.
Jack Benny? I remember him. He used to be a very funny guy. I'm still funny, Junior. Oh, hello, Jack. What are you doing here? Up to now, nothing. What are you doing here, Tommy? Oh, I'm going to take some and leave some with the boys.
That's right. The fellows overseas have sent in lots of requests for an all-American jam session.
Good idea.
So we've invited the best in the West to beat it out.
In addition to Tommy Dorsey, we have Count Basie at the piano, Buddy Rich at the drums, Illinois Jack Cat on the tenor sax, Lionel Hampton on the vibes, Artie Shaw on the clarinet, Sergeant Ed McKinney on the bass, Sergeant Ziggy Elman on the trumpet, and Les Paul on the guitar. Come on, boys, let's go.
right if you want loud stuff. Fellas, let's give Mida sweet as apple cider.
And now, fellas.
Quiet. Get this. Boy, am I hot. I got it, haven't I? I don't know where to put it.
Thank you, Guy Lombardo.
Now cut that out. Listen, Dan, I don't mind a little kidding, but when I play a beautiful violin solo, give me the credit for it. Nobody else.
Well, Jack, I was just trying to have a little fun. Be clever, like you said.
There's nothing funny about my music, Deanna.
Oh, Jack, calm down, calm down.
Calm down.
If you and Deanna have a difference of opinion, settle it, but stop bickering.
Settle it. How can I hit a woman?
You don't have to hit anybody.
Well, I'm not the kind of a guy that settles things with words. I'm a two-fisted guy, you know.
What's come over you?
You want to know something, Don? I beat up Jimmy Cagney on the way to the studio tonight, and he's plenty tough.
You beat up Cagney?
Look, gentlemen, are we going to get on with the show, or are we going to stand here and listen to Mr. Benny flap his gray chops?
Oh, if you were only Cagney.
Jack, stop dreaming. You wouldn't sneeze if Jimmy Cagney threw a handful of pepper in your face.
No, I wouldn't. Well, it just so happens that on the way down here tonight, Cagney bumped into my car, and that's all I needed, brother.
Still sounds fantastic.
That's all. I'll tell you what. Ginger Rogers was driving along. She saw the accident. You call her up tomorrow and ask her. She'll tell you how tough I was.
Well, we don't have to wait to call her tomorrow, Jack. It so happens she's standing in the wings right now. Come on out, Ginger. Hello, Diana.
Trouble with this show, everybody's on it.
Why, hello, Jack. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Cheapers.
Oh, Ginger, Jack was just telling us that you were a witness to a little accident. What happened?
Oh, it's not important. I'm not suing Cagney or anything. Let's forget about it.
No. I'd like to know what happened. Well...
Say, Ginger, that's a beautiful hat. May I wear it sometime?
You've still got an umbrella of mine that you borrowed in 1929.
I've been meaning to return it.
Oh, now quit stalling, Jack. What about the accident?
What are you, an ambulance chaser or something? We're talking about Ginger's hat.
Come on, Ginger. Tell us about the accident.
Well, we were all driving east on Sunset, and Jack was waving at me and giggling and honking his horn.
Well, sure I was giggling. I mean, the springs in my front seat are all sticking through.
And naturally, Jack's car got out of control, and he smacked into Cagney's fender.
That'll be decided in court, Miss Rogers.
Then things started to happen. Jack was really mad. He jumped out of his car. Cagney jumped out of his car. Jack jumped back into his car. What's that?
Well, I bawled Cagney out. You can't deny that.
Oh, that's right. He really dressed Jimmy down.
You're darn right I did.
Well, of course, Jack locked the door and rolled up the window first.
I did not. There's not a window in my car.
Not now, there isn't. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face when he saw Jimmy's fist coming through the windshield.
Well, he didn't hit me.
Oh, could he? You had your head in the glove compartment.
I was looking for my tear gas fountain pen. Lucky for Cagney, I didn't find it. Believe me, if he ever opens his mouth to me again, I'll fix his wagon.
You will, huh?
Yes.
Well, Jack, what would you say if I told you that right now Jimmy Cagney was standing right in back of you?
Well, that's just it. Yikes!
Jimmy Cagney, fellas.
Well, hello, Ginger. Diana?
Hello, Jimmy.
Well, if it isn't Barney Oldfield.
I know someplace I've got a laugh here. I don't know where it is. Listen, don't try to laugh it off, Cagney. You scratch my fender, it's going to cost you about $300 to have it touched up.
Who'd you end up paying for you, Rembrandt?
That happens to be his name, Morty Rembrandt. 1820 Temple Street. Open evenings. I'll have Morty send you the bill.
Look, Jack, you better drop the whole thing, or I'll start an action against you to collect for the damage to my car.
You'll have some job getting anything out of me, brother.
I'll get some dough out of you if I have to dig up your whole front yard.
You can dig all you want, but if you haven't got the map, you're a dead duck. Besides, Cagney, I've got a witness. She saw the whole thing, Ginger Rogers.
Why, I couldn't testify for you, Jack. After all, you bumped into Jimsy.
Jimsy? Jimsy? Well, I can see where I stand here.
Well, I think Ginger's being very fair.
Fair meaning she's not a brunette. Listen, Ginger, you can look at this accident any way you want to.
Look, Jack, you're acting like a little boy.
Yep, an old, broken-down little boy. Jack, once and for all, let's stop the whole thing, or you're going to pay for my fender.
Oh, I am, eh? Well, I can see there's only one way out. We'll settle this man to man. Do you fight?
Quite a bit.
What else do you do?
I dance.
Well, let's dance and settle this.
I hate to break up these beautiful hostilities, but we've got to get back to command performance. There's a letter here addressed to Jimmy Cagney from the Brooklyn gang at APO 885. It seems that Gowanus Gus, Flatbush Flanagan, Demi Tass McGuire of Borough Hall, Left Field Louie from Ebbets Field, and Sandflea Phil from Coney Island have a special request.
What is, Deanna?
Well, they say they haven't had a chance to see you in pictures lately, but they sure remember some of those tough guy parts you used to do. So they want you to pick somebody on command performance tonight and punch them in the jaw.
Well, let's see now. Who all's on the show?
Well, there's me, Martha Tilton, Ginger Rogers,
and Don Wilson. Good old Don.
And then, of course, there's you, Jackie.
Now she gets friendly.
Well, I'd like to oblige the boys from Brooklyn. It looks like you're it, Jackie. I'm game if you are.
Who goes on the game end? Why can't I do the punching? I've been in some pretty tough pictures myself, you know.
Brutal is the word.
Don't evade the issue. Why can't I hit you?
Because this is command performance, and we've got to answer the requests exactly as they come in.
Very well. I'm ready. First, there's something I'd like to see. Gentlemen, I regret I have but one jaw to give to my country.
Also, that you ever took your head out of that glove compartment.
Please, Ginger, it's no time for levity. Go ahead, Jimmy, and remember, I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, here goes. No, can't do it. I can't do it.
Come on, you coward. Come on.
Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Thank you, Jimmy Cagney. And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny's toupee kindly return it to the stage?
Jack, are you all right?
No, I'm not all right. You were supposed to fake that punch, Cagney, and you really let me have it. Now it's my turn, brother.
Oh, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. Put up your dukes. Now take that.
And will the gentleman who caught Mr. Benny kindly return him to the stage?
While the ushers are reviving Mr. Benny, this seems a good time to say that we've had an awful lot of requests to have Jimmy Cagney sing some of the songs from Yankee Doodle Dandy. How about it, James?
Very glad to, Deanna, very glad to. And incidentally, I want to thank all the fellows in the ETO who treated me so wonderfully when I was visiting them recently. I really got a great thing out of it, and that's no fooling. And for me to tell you that you're doing a great job is like telling Abbott and Costello who's on first. Anyhow, with a bow to George M. Cohan, here it is. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or a brag. What should old acquaintance be forgotten? Here I am, that grand old flag. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, Yankee Doodle, do or die. A real life nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Now Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the ponies. I am the Yankee Doodle boy.
Well, gang, that kind of wraps up another bundle of whatever you want to call it. Incidentally, we'd like to hear from you. If you have any extra special people or things you'd like to hear. We got that note from you guys down at the Atterbury Hotel in downtown Guadalcanal. And we got some ideas for you that we're sending along. Meantime...
Pardon me, Deanna. I'd just like to say that if any of my fans are worried about me, I'm perfectly okay. That punching business was just a little gag. I'd give that Cagney a Mickey Finn if I didn't think he'd enjoy it. Good night, fellas.
And this is Deanna Durbin saying, the best of the best from the USA. Good night.
The GI Journal goes to press. The GI Journal. It's the GI Journal.
Hello? Editor-in-Chief Jack Benny talking. People in my office. What? You want to place an ad in GI Journal? Wait till I get a pencil. Go ahead, miss. Young bashful girl wants to meet sailor back from the South Pacific who hasn't seen a woman in 3 years. Object. Okay, we'll print it right up. Where's my office boy?
Right here, Chief.
Ratcliffe, how'd you like to have lunch with me?
Oh, that would be swell, Mr. Benny. Where'll we go?
Go? Why should we go anywhere? You have a lunchbox, haven't you?
Oh, yeah.
Well, get it open. You know, it isn't every day you get a chance to eat with the boss.
Well, I don't know what's in my lunch pail today. Let's see now.
Oh, boy. Spam sandwiches, Vienna sausage, and powdered eggs. A yum.
Yeah, leave it to my mom. She knows what's good.
What is your mom, a mess sergeant with a wax? Oh, well, it beats going out to eat. Say, I wonder what's keeping Rochester. He's supposed to be here with that sketch I'm doing with Paulette Goddard.
Paulette Goddard? Which Paulette Goddard?
Which Paulette Goddard? What, do you think there's two of them?
There must be if one of them's working for you.
Look, I'm referring to the real Paulette Goddard, and she's going to do a very passionate love scene with me on my next overseas tour.
There's a girl that really knows there's a war going on.
Now listen, Ratcliffe, just because you don't think I'm attractive is no sign girls don't. And lay off the Vienna sausage. You've had your half. That must be Rochester now. Come in.
How do you do, Mr. Benny? My name is Arthur Treacher.
Arthur Treacher, what are you doing here?
You know of a person named Rochester?
Why, yes, he's my butler.
Well, from now on, I shall have that dubious honor.
You're going to be my butler? What happened to Rochester?
As I gather it, sir, he's off for a 3-month vacation.
That's ridiculous. How can Rochester afford a vacation? He's only been working for me 9 years.
I don't know about that, sir, but the best thing you can do now is to come to terms with me.
Terms? Well, suppose you come down $20 a week, and I'll come up $20 a week.
Yes. Where shall we start, sir?
$20 a week.
Yes, but I'd have to have much more than that, sir, I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid. We'll work the details out later. Now, here's the key to the house. You'd better get over there and get the place in order. Paulette Goddard is coming over.
Which Paulette Goddard?
There's only one. Now, get going. I'll see you as soon as I've set up the musical page. With 4 of the prettiest headlines that have ever been set up. The King Sisters.
Yes, sir, gang, it's the King Sisters with GI Journal's travel news. So all aboard on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe.
Do you hear that whistle down the line? I figured that it's engine number 49. She's the only one that'll sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. She's gonna meet a friend. Folks around these parts at the time of day. From the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Here she comes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hey, Jim, you better get the ring. Ooh, 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 ooh. She's got a list of passengers that's pretty big, and they all want to live to the Brown Hotel. There's plenty of them been traveling for quite a spell, all the way from Philadelphia on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. All aboard, train's going west, train's going west. Ticket? Can't go nowhere without ticket. Do you hear that whistle down the line? Hooey, sounds fine. She's the only one that's going to sound that way on the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Here she comes, she's coming. Hey, Jim, you better give the ring.
And now we leave the GI Journal office and take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills.
Give me land, lots of land, under solid skies above. Don't fence me in. Da-da-dee, 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 da-da-dee.
I say, is that you, Rochester?
It ain't Paulette Goddard. Make yourself at home, Mr. Treacher. I'm just doing some last-minute packing. Let's see now. Where's that bottle of hair tonic?
Is this it on the dresser here?
Yeah, that's it.
90 proof. Is this a good hair tonic?
Good. Used judiciously, it's sheer bliss. I wonder if I ought to take this sport jacket along. It fits me fine.
But Rochester, isn't that Mr. Benny's jacket?
Yeah, but we never wear it at the same time. Well, I guess that about finishes tidying up his wardrobe closet.
Tidying his wardrobe closet? You haven't left enough in there to clothe a mop.
With my trouble, who can worry about naked more?
Well, if I'd better take your place with Mr. Benny Rochester, there are a few things I feel I should know. For example, just what is his opinion of himself?
Well, that he's a kind man with baby blue eyes, about 36 years old, plays the violin beautifully, and is extremely generous.
And what is your opinion?
Accentuate the negative.
Now, Rochester, you know, there's another thing. Does Mr. Benny keep a well-stocked larder, or to put it simply, what is the nature of the provender hereabouts?
Repeat it, fool, civil play?
I mean to say, how is the food?
Well, you've heard the song, you don't get bread with one meatball.
Yes.
Here you don't even get the meatball.
Well, of course, that won't bother me. I'm not much of a meatball fan. But I do hope I can have some fish and chips occasionally.
Oh, he'll throw you a fish occasionally, but you'll never be in the chips. Oh, by the way, you better take this.
What's that?
The key to the icebox. You better watch him, though. He keeps changing the lock. Oh, yes. You know, and Mr. Bennett's got some fine scotch I think you should know about.
Well, where does he keep it?
In the medicine chest. It's in 10 little bottles marked poison. And if you want a spot of good brandy, he's got some that's 30 years old.
Well, where is that?
Hot water bag.
Well, it looks like Mr. Benny's bathroom will be quite a popular rendezvous with me.
Yeah, but be sure and bring a nickel with you. The roller cow won't work. Oh, and before I forget, if Mr. Benny wants his hair combed, this is the drawer you go to.
I'll have a look if you don't mind. Quite a litter of wigs.
Oh, he's got 30 of them.
30 toupees?
Yeah, he puts a longer one on every day. By the end of the month, he pretends he's going to the barber shop, slaps number 1 on, and he's all set.
Well, thanks for the information, Rochester. I'll just go in and straighten up the living room a bit before Mr. Benny gets back. Have a nice vacation.
Thank you. I'll be leaving as soon as I pack this last little bag. Let's see. Where does he hide those cigars again?
This is Harry Mitchell cutting in from the GI Journal office with the latest musical news from our copy gal of song, Miss Connie Haynes.
Hi there. This is Connie with the original song of the week. A new tune written overseas and mailed into GI Journal, Armed Forces Radio Service, Los Angeles, USA. The songwriter of the week is pharmacist mate Don Campbell, and his tune, as nice as its title, is called Meditation. Evening falls, and all around me bluebirds call. You whisper to me. I am sitting all alone in meditation of you. The moon is new, and it but you're not here at all. I'm alone in meditation of you.
Oh, thank you, Connie. Thank you, Connie Haynes. And congratulations to songwriter first class Don Campbell. Now back to GI Journal's editor-in-chief, Jack Benny, at his home in Beverly Hills.
Well, Preacher, now where is that valet? He's as bad as Rochester.
Did you call me, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Preacher. Have you my clothes ready for tonight?
Yes, sir. I've laid out your suit, shirt, and hair.
Oh, yes. I hope you put the curly one out. I feel so young tonight. Gosh, I can hardly wait to start rehearsing with Paulette. In this sketch, I play the part of a young colonel. What are you laughing about?
Well, I can't see you as a young colonel, sir.
Why not?
Well, you've been on the cob too long.
And that's the way it should be in this country. I mean, that gag is off the cob, too. But Paulette will be here any moment. I got to find something to wear. I'll see something that'll make me look youthful.
Yes.
Say, what do you know? Here's my old turtleneck sweater.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll put that on.
Yes?
Boola, 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 boola.
Shall I get your beanie, sir?
Preacher, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm just itching to get rid of you.
Well, don't scratch till you've paid me. I'll go and get tea ready for Miss Goddard.
The help nowadays. Why did Rochester have to leave me? He was so loyal, so understanding. See, maybe I could get him back. Where's the number of that club he's always hangs around? Oh, yes, here it is. Hardway 63320.
Hello, this is the Curfew Shall Not Ring Tonight Social Club.
Oh, is there a fellow there by the name of Rochester Van Jones?
Yes.
I'd like to speak to him. This is Jack Benny.
Just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. Now listen, Rocky. This preacher is driving me crazy.
Mr. Benny, shall we have crumpets with the tea?
Uh-oh. Yes, of course. Now, Rochester, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. I'd like very much for you to come back to me.
Speak up, Mr. Benny. I can't hear you.
I can't talk very loud, Rochester. A preacher's still snooping around. Gee, I wish you'd come back.
Well, frankly, Mr. Benny, the financial aspect of my association with you was getting gloomier and gloomier.
But, Rochester, money isn't everything.
No, but it's a great buffer against poverty.
But, Roch, even Shakespeare said, he who steals my purse steals trash.
Yeah, and he who finds your purse is a bird dog. And by the way, you still owe me 3 months back trash.
Oh, we'll iron that all out. Won't you come back?
I don't know. Labor depresses me.
I'm surprised you, Rochester. After all, hard work never killed anybody.
True enough. But wrestling is responsible for even fewer casualties.
Well, I'm not going to beg you. Uh-oh. Here he comes again.
Pardon me, but who are you talking to, Mr. Benny?
Oh, nobody. I mean, it's just an old girlfriend of mine, Agnes Grotch. Well, goodbye, Agnes.
Goodbye, Mabel.
After all I've done for that guy. Oh, there's the doorbell. It must be Paulette.
Shall I let her in, Mabel?
No, Peter, I'll do it. I'm so anxious to see Paulette. I wonder what she'll say when she sees me in my turtleneck sweater.
A turtle!
Well, Paulette got her. Well, I'm glad you could make it, Paulette. Gee, you know, every time I see you, it adds 10 years to my life.
Oh, now, Jack, I haven't seen you that often.
I'm certainly looking forward to our dining together, Paulette.
Well, I don't like to disappoint you, Jack, but I didn't bring my dinner pail with me.
Please, Paulette, you're my guest. My man will serve something a little later on. Come on, let's sit by the fireplace.
All right. Now, just what is this sketch about that we're going to do?
Oh, business so soon? Well, in this playlet, you're a Red Cross nurse, and I play a colonel who was lost somewhere in France.
From the last war?
No, this war. It's a very good scene, Paulette. When the curtain goes up, I have just flown a very important message from headquarters back to my home base. As soon as I land, I grab you in my arms.
Don't you even untie the message from your leg?
Look, I'm not a pigeon. I'm a pilot. Let's not talk about the play now. Look how pretty the fire is. The firelight just seems to dance over your face. Is it dancing on mine?
Yes, it's the first time I ever saw the palladium with blue eyes.
They are, aren't they? Oh, I could sit here forever. It's so nice, Paulette, to have you running your fingers through my hair.
Oh, yes. It is nice. And with your hair, it only takes one finger. I think we'd better start rehearsing, Jack.
Well, not yet. I thought we'd pop some corn first. Huh?
Oh.
Or have we been popping it, huh?
Oh, no. Let's rehearse.
Oh, all right. We'll rehearse a scene where I grab you in my arms.
You win. Slip me some corn, Pop.
And here are GI Journal's 4-star vocal reporters for this week's request page. The King sisters, Alice, Donna, Yvonne, and Louise, with a song for the 11th Airborne.
Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song, a melody that always haunts my reverie, and I am there alone with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration, but that was long ago. And now my consolation is in the stardust of a song. And there beside a garden wall, where stars are bright, you are in my arms, my arms. The nightingale tells a fairy tale of paradise where roses bloom. Though I dream in vain, within my heart it will remain a stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain, a melody that haunts me night and day, a lovely stardust melody.
Well, the popcorn's all gone, Paulette. Let's get started with our little love scene, shall we?
All right.
And remember, Paulette, this is very romantic. So when we go into a clinch, really give me something. Have you got it?
I've got it, but can you take it?
Oh, sure. Hand me my vitamin pills, please.
Here you are, sir. And happy landing, Colonel.
What a louse.
Oh, now, Jack, don't take too many vitamins. After all, I'm just a helpless little girl.
You are? These are the noisiest pills. Well, let's go.
Jack, let go of me. Why, you mad, impulsive boy.
Gosh, I'm a mad and impulsive boy, and you're a helpless little girl. Wow, aren't you excited, Paulette?
Well, No.
I'm not getting much of a buzz myself, sir.
You're not supposed to get anything. Just keep still and give me some more pills.
Here you are, sir. Good shooting.
Thanks. Now remember, Paulette, I'm a young Army colonel separated from my outfit. You're the beautiful nurse I find in a deserted farmhouse. Suddenly I recognize you as my childhood sweetheart, and the reunion is very tender. I fall into your arms.
Well, now, wait a minute. The script says that I fall into your arms.
I know. I changed that. You see, in a love scene, I like to keep my hands free. You know, to make gestures.
Just watch him, that's all.
Oh, I will. Now, as the scene opens, the young colonel, that's me, enters the farmhouse. I open the door. I must get a detachment of Seabees over here to oil that door. Thank goodness I found this deserted farmhouse. I shall rest my weary bones.
So this farmhouse isn't exactly deserted, Colonel, sir.
Oh, then the heck with my weary bones. Why, it's a nurse.
Yes, sit down and we'll rip open a Band-Aid.
Say, isn't your name Minnie Gloggenhager?
Yes. Well, isn't your name Herman Huckledinker?
Yeah. Gosh, imagine finding a Gloggenhager way over here.
And who would have ever thought that I would bump into a Huckledinker?
It's a small world, Minnie.
Gee, I'm thirsty.
Well, I saw a cow when I came in. Creature, you be the cow.
Very well. Moo, sir.
Look, don't be such a cultured cow. Just move. That's it. Oh, that's the door. Who can that be?
Oh, that must be the technical expert the Army is sending over to teach you how to act like an officer.
Oh, good. Let him in.
Excuse me, pardon me, is this the home of Jack B? Mr. B, the Jack B, the Jack B, are you the Grey Goose of Waukegan?
I'm Jack Benny, if that's what you mean. Who are you?
Well, I'm the current private sad sack.
Oh, the sad sack. How'd you happen to become an Army technical expert?
Well, you see, the general, my commanding officer, the special, the class of the officer they cut the wrong orders.
Well, Zach, now that you're here, I'd like to ask you a question. What sort of entertainment do you think the enlisted men overseas like best?
Oh, well, they like moving the radio. They like radio They like back. They like to play check. They like dames.
Girls, eh? Well, don't you think the boys would like to see me?
Oh, yes. They think you're very fun. They think you're quite a comedian, they think you're very amusing. But bring a dame.
Well, it just happens that Miss Paulette Goddard is going with me.
Paulette Goddard? You can stay home.
You look a little tired, Sassy. Now, you come over here and sit next to me.
I'll be glad to.
Now, just a minute, Paulette. We've got to get on with this play. Here's the place where I take you in my arms and kiss you.
All right, come on, let's get it over with.
Oh, gee, I could do a bit better than if I can come here, babe.
Oh, Sassy, you great, big, handsome beast. Kiss me.
Okay.
Paulette! Frank, listen, Frank. I'm a colonel this way. This is an order. About Faye! To the rear mark! Hey, Paulette! Frank! The preacher! Do something!
Move.
Stop! Oh, well, we're a little late. Good night, folks.
Well, gang, I got a horse there. I see that's 30 for tonight. But before we close this edition of GI Journal, I want to thank our star reporters, Paulette Goddard, Arthur Treacher, Rochester, the King Sisters, Connie Haynes, Dick Oren, and Private Sad Sack Mel Blanc. This is Jack Benny saying, so long, men.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Doctors prove the Palmolive Plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive Plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive Plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive Plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
That makes life seem worthwhile. Dwells in your eyes, and the smell of you smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, Dink Trout, Charles Dance and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Babyface.
Babyface, you've got the cutest little baby face. There's not another one could take your place. Babyface, my poor heart is jumping. You sure have started something, babyface. I'm up in heaven when I'm in your fond embrace. I didn't need a show, 'cause I just fell in love with your pretty baby face.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every day to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, culture has come once again to the town of Weaverville, this time in the form of a touring theatrical stock company now playing at the local theater. And making a personal appearance in the leading role is none other than Evelyn Lovelace, star of stage, screen, and radio, but not lately. The play in which she's appearing is a little number called The Warning, and judging from the conversation she's now having with her manager, the people of Weaverville have taken it.
30 people, that's all there were in the entire audience last night.
I know.
Well, you should have done something to stimulate business. Why didn't you have my latest picture showing at the movie house while the play was in town?
Your picture wouldn't have drawn either, Evelyn. People today want talkies.
Well, it's just jinx town, that's what it is. I'll be glad when we open in Middletown tomorrow.
We may not be opening anywhere tomorrow.
What?
Our stagehand quit. You promised to make him your leading man, and then all he did was move furniture and sets around. That's why they all quit.
Well, so what? We'll get another stagehand.
Yeah? Without a nickel to pay him?
There's a yokel in every town dumb enough to fall for the line I hand them about becoming a matinee idol. Have I ever failed yet?
No, we've always had a stagehand.
And we always will. Just wait till I turn my sex appeal on the next sucker. You know what'll happen.
Yeah. You didn't understudy Theta Berra for nothing.
So off went Evelyn Lovelace in search of a sucker. Was it fate that led her past the Bon-Ton shoe store where our young hero works? Anyway, chalk up this much for feminine intuition. Just one glance through the window, and she knew her search was over.
Good morning, madam. Could I interest you in a pair of shoes? We have...
Stop.
I said something dirty?
No, say that again.
You mean, could I interest you in a pair of shoes?
Yes, that voice, that quality, that resonance, that vibrancy. Where did you ever get a voice like that?
Gee, I don't know. It just kind of came with my body.
Compelling, magnetic. Tell me, have you ever sung?
Yeah, a little.
Sing for me now.
Now? Okay.
Oh! Magnificent, superb. I've never heard anything so divine.
Oh, it just happens to be a catchy tune.
Don't you understand? Destiny has brought us together. Oh, if you only knew how long I've been looking for someone like you.
Yeah?
Yes. And then just now, when I heard you say, Madam, could I interest you in a pair of shoes? I knew my search had ended.
Your feet have really been killing you, huh?
No, I'm not talking about my feet. I'm talking about the stage.
Huh?
Don't you know who I am? I'm Evelyn Lovelace.
Oh, sure. I didn't recognize you without your makeup. You're the star of that play I saw the other night, huh?
Yes. Now do you understand what I want? The theater is calling me.
Oh, my gosh, if it's about that piece of gum I stuck under my seat.
No, it isn't that. I want you to be my new leading man.
Your leading man? Me?
Of course. Can't you see why? That warm, glowing personality of yours, your divine talent, magnificent artistry, your dazzling good looks, your thrilling physique. That's why.
Yeah, you've got your reasons, all right.
Don't hesitate. The theater needs new blood, and I can make you the greatest star who ever lived.
Gee, I don't know. I've got a girl, and she may not approve of me going on the stage.
A girl? What's one girl? You'll have thousands of girls at your feet, all begging to become your slave.
But I'm not that kind of a fellow. The only slave I want is my wife.
Oh, you can't let this girl stand in your way. We'll tour the country together, live in a trunk. We'll do the greatest plays ever written. Henrik Ibsen, Bernard Shaw, Anton Chekhov, Shakespeare.
William Shakespeare?
That's the one, yes. Say you will, please.
Well,
Oh, thanks. In the name of American theater goers everywhere, I thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
You will be the greatest actor the world has ever known. I can hear you now reciting your lines from the immortal bard. Tomorrow and tomorrow, you say, creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death.
Gee, I hope I don't have to explain what I say afterwards. Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hi, Dennis. Why, you're packing a suitcase.
Yeah, I gotta go out of town.
Oh? Well, when will you be back?
In about 5 years.
5 years? What are you talking about?
I'm giving myself to the American theater goer.
What?
Grease paint, girl. It's in my blood. The stage has beckoned, and I've decided to yield to the lure of the headlights.
You mean footlights?
When I'm on the stage, they'll be shining at me from all directions.
Dennis, will you please make sense? What's this nonsense about the stage?
Nonsense? Huh. Listen to this. Madam, could I interest you in a pair of shoes? That's something to you, huh?
Yes, it makes me think you've gone crazy.
Oh, don't fight it, Mildred. You see, I met Evelyn Lovelace today, and she asked me to be her new leading man.
Evelyn Lovelace?
Yeah.
But how could she? You've had no experience.
Well, nevertheless, we both feel that a person with my new blood ought to live in a trunk.
What?
We're touring the country together for the next 5 years, Millie. We both feel that I have something to offer the public.
But, Dennis, what about me?
Oh, I'll offer it to you later.
You mean an acting career is more important to you than I am?
Well, all I'm asking you to do is wait, and 5 years isn't very long.
Dennis, say if you go away for 5 years, I'll be married and have a big family when you come back.
Well, I suppose I can't stop you from killing time while you're waiting. But Mildred...
You heard me. Have your darn career. Be the biggest star in the world. I'll never have anything to do with you as long as I live.
How do you like that? Boy, women sure are hard to understand. Oh, well, from now on, I don't have to understand them. They'll have to understand me. Gee, I wonder if that's going to be any easier. Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my boy. Did I just see Mildred running down the hall crying her little heart out?
I'm afraid you did, sir. She and I have just...
Oh, my goodness. What happened?
Oh, I was telling her something, and when I got through, she said she'd never say another word to me again as long as I lived.
Well, what were you telling her? Maybe I can tell it to my wife.
You're joking, Mr. Anderson, but this is serious.
Well, of course, Dennis, and I apologize. Now, you tell me what it's all about.
Well, she broke off our engagement because I'm going to make $1 million.
I see. Uh-huh. And just how do you plan to do that?
Well, I've decided to go on the stage and become the greatest matinee idol in the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does beat opening a hot dog stand.
Yeah, but it might take a couple of years, and Mildred doesn't want to wait for me.
Yes, I know. It's an old story, Dennis. Marriage versus a career. The same thing happened with my father's best friend.
But wasn't he a little old for Mildred?
A different girl, Dennis, but the same story. He postponed marriage for a stage career, too. That was back in the 1890s.
And when did he finally marry the girl?
Something always came along to delay them. First, he had her wait 8 years. Then, just as they were about to be married, the Spanish-American War came along.
Gosh.
In 1906, when they were ready again, there was trouble on the Mexican border. He did another hitch in the Army. Then in 1917, when he had enough money to ask her once more, Along came the World War.
Gee, and they never got married.
No, they never got married. And today he's 76 and she's 74.
Well, tell me when they plan on it again so I can volunteer before I'm drafted.
I only told you this story, Dennis, to show what can happen when a man chooses a career instead of a wife.
Yes, sir. It's a sad story.
Yes, it's the saddest I've ever made up. The saddest I've ever heard. Now, you think about it, Dennis. It could happen to you.
Gee, yeah. Mildred or a career. A career or Mildred. It's not easy to choose.
I know.
I think I'd better take a walk around the block a few times and think this out, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, you do that, my boy. I'll see you later.
Okay. Which is more important, the glitter of lights or the glitter of Mildred? Mildred can give me a home. Well, the stage can give me a home. Mildred can give me companionship. Well, so can the stage give me companionship. Mildred can give me babies. Yeah, Mildred goes one up all right. Gosh, what a problem.
Hey, buddy, watch it. You're crossing against the light.
I love Mildred, but this is my big chance for success. Can I afford...
Buddy, look out, that car! Holy smoke, it knocked him 10 feet.
Is he all right? Is he all right?
I don't know, he's unconscious. Here, give me a hand with him.
Stage or Mildred? Mildred or a career? Which?
Well, this is the finale coming up, Dennis.
It's the finale in more ways than one, Mr. Hammerstein. It's the last song I shall ever sing on the stage. Well, waiting in the wings for me is my fiancée, Mildred Anderson, to whom I'm engaged and go steady with.
Yes, I know. And I'm going to miss you, my boy. 1898's the greatest year my theater's ever had. Because you're the biggest star the world has ever known. Now go out there and kill 'em.
I'll try.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. Oh, if you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. Hello, hello, hello there. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Oh, send me a kiss by wire. Oh, baby, my heart's on fire. Oh, if you refuse me, honey, you lose me. Then you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
Dennis, that was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, how I've longed for you these past 8 years. May I kiss your hand?
Why, Dennis, I'm not wearing gloves.
Of course, I beg your pardon. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My handsome is waiting for me at the curb.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold sitting inside of it.
Then you know all. Mildred, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I like you, Mildred. Indeed, I do.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, listen to this. The USS Maine has just been sunk in Havana Harbor.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Spaniards. See you in a year or so.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
Well, this is our number, Dennis. Let's give them everything we've got.
Yes, the last number we shall ever do together, Herbie. For waiting in the wings tonight is my intended, Mildred Anderson, to whom I have plighted my troth.
Yes, and I'm going to miss you, boy. 1912's the greatest year we've ever known, because you're the greatest star in history.
Thank you, Herbert. Well, let's go. Tell me, pretty maiden, are there any more at home like you?
There are a few, kind sir, but your girl is on top of you.
Then tell me, pretty maiden, what these very simple girlies do.
Kind sir, their manners are perfection and the opposite of mine.
If I love you, would it be a to do.
For I must love someone.
Why not me?
Yes, I must love someone really,
And it might as well
be you.
Oh, Dennis, that was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, how I've longed for you these past 14 years. Have you been well?
Well, I did have a touch of pneumonia.
When?
1903.
Yes, that was a beastly winter. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My Stanley steamer is outside at the curb.
I know. And I saw Justice Arnold inside, covered with steam.
Then you know all. Will you be my wife, Mildred? I like you. Scout's honor.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing to hear you ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, can this be true? The SS Titanic has been sunk in the North Atlantic.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fish the survivors from the icy waters. Wait for me, my darling.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
I'll hate to lose you, Dennis. The Follies of 1917 is the greatest I've ever produced, because you're the greatest star the jazz age has ever known.
And I hate to leave, Mr. Ziegfeld, but waiting in the wings for me is the girl of my dreams, Mildred Anderson, whom I love with a passion none the less powerful because of its purity.
I know, my boy. I shall announce your final number on the stage myself. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you now that great star, the one and only high-handed tragedian of jazz, Dennis Is Everybody Happy Day!
Oh, when my baby smiles at me, my thoughts go roaming to paradise, yes. And when my baby, when my little baby smiles at me, folks, whoa, what a wonderful light that comes to her eyes. Listen, buddy, give him the smile that just brings love. Give it to him. Oh, cut it out, will you? That's it. That's the smile that brings real harmony. I sigh and I cry. Oh, it's just a bit of heaven, when my baby smiles at me. Play on. When my little baby smiles at me. Oh, gee. Oh, stop it, I say. And when my baby smiles at me. Oh, I can't stand it. Now, honey, cut it out, will you? Come on, give him the smile that just brings love. Come on, give it to him. Gee, that's it. That's the smile that brings real harmony. Come on, baby. I sigh and I cry. Oh, it's just a bit of heaven, when my baby smiles at me. Is everybody happy?
That was wonderful.
Mildred, my darling, oh, how I've longed for you these past 5 years. How is your dear family?
They're all dead.
Oh, what wretched luck. Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My Rolls Royce is parked right outside the stage door.
I know, and I saw Justice Arnold sitting inside of it.
Then you know all. Mildred, will you marry me? I'm beginning to have quite a warm regard for you.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, have you seen this? The SS Lusitania has been sunk by a submarine.
What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Hun. I'll be back when it's over there.
Oh, Dennis, come back. Don't leave me.
Well, our last number, Dennis. 1941 sure has been a great year.
Yes, I'll miss you, Herbie. But waiting in the wings for me is the old lady I care deeply for.
I know, but I just want to tell you how wonderful it's been to have worked with you all these years as the ink spot.
It has been grand, hasn't it? Well, let's give this last number everything we've got.
You bet.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I love you too much. I just want to start a red-hot flame down in your big old fat heart. You see, way down inside of me, darling, I have only one desire. And that one desire is you, Poopsie gal. And I know nobody else ain't gonna do. No time, no how.
I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim. I just want to be the one you love. And with your admission that you feel the same, I'll have reached the goal I'm dreaming of. Believe me, I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame in your heart.
Dennis, you were wonderful.
Mildred, my darling. Oh, how I've longed for you these past 24 years.
Yes, it seemed like almost a quarter of a century.
Do you know why I asked you to come down here tonight, Mildred?
Yes, I think I do.
My convertible is right across the street.
I know, but I didn't see Justice Arnold in it.
Yeah, I didn't want to throw away another $2. Will you marry me, Mildred? I'm 76. Middle age will soon be upon me.
Oh, Dennis, how I've been longing for you to ask that question. And my answer is...
Good heavens, have you heard the radio? Pearl Harbor.
My gosh, that's been bombed?
Yes, bombed.
Oh! What? Goodbye, Mildred. I'm off to fight the Jack.
Dennis, come back. Don't leave me. Don't you see, Dennis, your whole life has slipped away from you. Wake up before it's too late, Dennis. You've got to wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, Dennis, wake up.
Huh? Mildred. Where am I?
Oh, you were hit by a car right in front of the house. Are you all right? Are you all right?
I think so. Gee, I had the wildest bomb.
What's happened here?
Oh, Miss Lovely.
Yes, I came over to see if you were ready to leave with me.
Me? Are you crazy? I just had 4 boats shot out from under me on account of you. I'm staying right here.
What?
Yes, you can have the stage. I don't want it. I know what'll happen if I go with you. I'll be so old when I get married, my first kid will be my grandchild. Come on, Mildred. Let's go home.
Day. We'll be back in just 1 minute to say goodnight. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, hair that gleams and glistens from a luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Now in convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream Shampoo leaves hair with new three-way loveliness. Fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl. A lovely luster cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
This is Dennis Day, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us tonight, and listen again next week, won't you? Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy. That's around us Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. It's early in the evening with the spring dust settling over the campus and the vesper stillness spinning a quiet web over the great oaks and maples of Faculty Row. At the home of Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's president, and his English ex-actress wife, Victoria, there's a sudden noise which shatters the calm.
Toddy.
What is it, Victoria?
You caught cold. I knew it.
I've just caught it, my darling. How could you know it?
I knew it last night. You shouldn't have gone over to the Quincanons without an overcoat.
It wasn't the lack of an overcoat, Vicki. I'm afraid it was the overabundance of overheating in which the Quincanons reveled. Only a cymbidium could survive that equatorial climate, and I am no orchid.
Yes, I know. I'm afraid Mrs. Quincannon hasn't very good circulation.
I'm afraid Mrs. Quincannon hasn't any blood.
Oh, Toddy, what an awful thing to say.
As a matter of fact, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't have a slight fever. I'm very fond of Mrs. Quincannon, blood or no blood.
Fever? You said fever? Do you really think you have? I'm going to take your temperature. Now, let me feel your forehead. Mm-hmm. Definitely feverish.
A feverish reaction to your touch, Victoria, is not conclusive evidence of a pathological condition. My temperature always rises in direct ratio to your nearness.
Well, that's very sweet of you to say so, dear. We mustn't let sentiment interfere with the proper treatment, must we?
No, indeed. Although, as the old joke goes, I am quite liable to take a turn for the nurse.
You must be feverish, not downright delirious. Have you got a busy day ahead tomorrow?
Loaded.
Then I promise you this much, Dr. Hall. 1 degree above normal and all appointments are cancelled. All.
Nonsense. It's nothing serious. Just a slight coryza.
No, I don't know what a coryza is, but I'll take no impertinence from a patient. I'm going upstairs to get the thermometer. Well, I'll get it.
Well, just tell me what it is, darling. I'll answer it if I can find it.
Where it usually is, dear. It's on the bookshelf.
Oh, yes. Right back of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire.
Back of it. It's the cause of it. I'll be right down.
Hello, Dr. Hall speaking. Yes? Oh, good evening, Mr. Merriweather. Nice to hear from you. Yes? Yes, I will. I plan to be home all evening. No, indeed. It'll be a real pleasure. Goodbye.
Who was it, darling?
Mr. Merriweather.
What do you want?
He wants you to come downstairs and stop fussing about my health.
Don't tease me, Toddy. What does he want?
He wants to come over. I want you to come downstairs.
What else?
I want to stop yelling. My larynx is not up to it tonight.
I can't find it.
Not my larynx?
No. The thermometer. I can't find it anywhere.
Good.
Not at all. I'm going straight to the drugstore and get a new one.
Well, you can't do that, Victoria. You wouldn't leave me alone with Mr. Merriweather.
I would. And the minute I get home, I shall send him packing and tuck you into bed.
One tiny little, very pleasurable sneeze, and the whole world comes crashing down about my ears. One faint little sniffle, and a hurricane of emotional nursing has been loosed. Go, my darling, go in peace. Refurbish us with medication, hot water bottles, and all the unhappy miracles which cure mortal man of his most soothing ills. Go, while I suffer alone.
Dear Mr. Merriweather, you're cold. Stay out of the draught. I'll be right back.
Goodbye, Florence. Don't forget your lamp.
Doctor, I do hope I'm not disturbing you.
On the contrary, Mr. Merriweather, I was looking forward to seeing you. Is there trouble on the campus?
No, there isn't. Which is by way of being a novelty. No, Doctor, I'm not the bearer of bad news. In fact, I'm not the bearer of any news at all.
Good. Then we can relax and discuss life, love, and the pursuit of happiness.
The pursuit of happiness will do, Doctor. Life and love at my age are delicate subjects. To be quite honest, the real reason for my visit was your wife.
Oh?
I don't think I have to remind you what a real fan of hers I am. Always have been.
I know. And as president of the Victoria Cromwell Hall Fan Club, I welcome you as a member.
I'll attend every meeting. Doctor, I'm afraid I got a little carried away last week. You know what a hobbyist I am, always fooling around with gadgets, electric trains and stuff. I went to work at such an early age, I'm making up for my lost childhood, I guess. You don't be surprised if I show up here sometime wearing a hop-along Cassidy suit and swinging a yo-yo.
Well, you'll be quite welcome wearing a pinafore, Mr. Merriweather. But, what's the point?
Well, the point is, Doctor, that when I learned that Mrs. Hall was going to do a number in the Junior Follies, I smuggled a recording machine into the auditorium.
You did? What a splendid idea. Did you get her song?
Every magnificent note of it. For posterity. And it's much too good for them.
Well, I hope I can hear it sometime.
I brought it with me.
You did? That was very thoughtful of you.
Well, thanks. But in all honesty, Doctor, I must admit it was also a matter of self-preservation.
Mrs. Merriweather?
Mrs. Merriweather. Although she's as great an admirer of Mrs. Hall as I am, she said clearly and distinctly, if you and your electric recorder play that song once more, John, I will break every bone in your large body and then sue you for divorce, naming Thomas Alva Edison as correspondent. She'd do it, too.
Well, your danger is my good fortune, Mr. Merriweather. Is there any reason why we can't play it now?
Oh, none at all. fact, I'm just using your house as a safe place to play it for myself. Where's the floor plug?
Well, right here, in back of the leather chair.
Oh, fine. I'll just plug this. Oh! What the devil's the telephone doing there?
Oh, hiding. It always does. Here, I'll take it.
Yeah, there we are. Now, let me turn off this lamp. Proper lighting, you know. I may be a big hulk, but I have my delicate moods. Okay. All ready, Doctor?
All ready.
All right. Overture. Oh, Doctor, isn't that dynamite? Wouldn't that make Rogers throw away his Hammerstein?
Yes, it certainly would, Mr. Merriweather. Yes, we'll have to play it for Victoria.
Certainly.
I wonder where on earth she can be. What time is it?
It's 8:15. Why? You look alarmed.
Good heavens. Vicki's been gone more than an hour.
Well, where'd she go?
To the drugstore, 5 minutes from here.
Oh, well, she probably stopped off to see someone on the way. Or got to reading a magazine. There's something rather attractive about reading magazines at a drugstore's expense.
No, she wouldn't have done that. She thinks I'm ill. I'm not, of course, but I'm worried.
We'll phone the drugstore.
Yes, I will. Excuse me.
Now you've got me worried.
Busy.
Yeah, sure. When isn't it? I've always said the greatest practical joker of the 20th century was Alexander Graham Bell.
I wonder if I should phone the police.
Oh, no, don't get panicky, Doctor.
You don't understand, Mr. Merriweather. She thought I was ill. She'd never stay away a minute longer than necessary. She went to get a thermometer. She thought I had a temperature.
She was right, Dr. Hall. You have. You worked yourself into a butte. I'll bet you've added more degrees to your temperature in the past 5 minutes than you've earned in 25 years of academic life.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, here's a man with a story to tell, and a good reason for telling it.
Before we were married, it was our favorite night spot, and it did seem the place to go on our first anniversary. As we sat down at our table by the big French window, I was humming Auld Lang Syne, and the waiter must have guessed that this was a special occasion for us. He winked at both of us, and then disappeared before we had a chance to order. A few moments later, he was back with a smile of warm hospitality and something more. 2 bottles of Schlitz beer, compliments of the management. Well, neither of us had ever tasted Schlitz, though it had been recommended to us many times. As we looked at our glasses, I knew that my wife was as curious as I. Could Schlitz really be as good as people said it was? There was only one way to find out, so we tasted it. I looked at my wife, and she looked at me. And I don't know whether it was mental telepathy or simply 2 people in complete agreement on their first anniversary, but we both said in one voice, No wonder Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We find Mr. Merriweather vainly trying to calm a very perturbed Dr. Hall.
Now, you see, Doctor, she's all right.
Well, I don't understand it. The druggist said she just left there this minute. Now, what could have taken us so long to get there?
Oh, any number of things. She probably stopped by to get some advice from Doc Thorson. You know what a windy old fuddy-duddy he is. Takes him 45 minutes to paint a throat. Picasso with Argyrol.
Vicky's too impetuous for that. I know her. She was only concerned in getting back here to take care of me. Now, Vicky thinks advice is something that you take in long, slow doses when there is plenty of time and nothing else to do. She always listens to it, but I'm afraid seldom takes it. In her career in the theater, she made a fine success with that formula. I remember one night in London before we were married. I was walking backstage in her theater. And just as I approached her open dressing room door, I heard a man say,
Vicki, the play's doing beautifully, and you're superb in it.
Then what have I done?
Nothing, my dear. It's what you might do that worries me. As an old friend, I feel that I have the right to give you some advice.
If you hurry, Ian, I have a date.
That's what I mean. You're American.
He isn't my American. Yes.
No, let's not quibble. You simply don't realize, Vicki, the basic differences between these two countries in habits, customs, humor, everything. They don't even speak the same language. They don't understand us.
Then there's a new ambassador just appointed to bring them closer together. And I know that I speak a language at least one American will understand.
Sorry, Vicki. Shouldn't have interfered. None of my business. Good luck, darling.
Thanks, Ian.
Good night.
Good night.
Hello, Ian.
Oh, hello, Hall.
Isn't it strange? I understood you perfectly. Every word. Good night.
Did you hear all that?
Yes, I did, Victoria. I'm sorry, but I stood rooted to the spot. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I couldn't have torn myself away.
You do understand me, don't you?
No, my dear, I don't. But not because we live on different sides of an ocean. Simply because you're a woman.
Do you object to that?
That you're a woman?
That you don't understand me.
Oh, I don't object to either, my dear. And I'm particularly fond of the fact that you're a woman.
Isn't it funny how we disagree? Now, me, I'm especially glad that you're a man.
Do you think this conversation has any international significance?
I certainly do. How can anyone say we don't understand each other?
No one with any sense could possibly say that.
Where are we going for supper?
Well, I'm not sure that I'm going to feed you at all.
Oh.
A man should learn all he can about a girl under all kinds of adverse conditions, especially when she's hungry, and especially when he finds himself increasingly fond of her.
Are you, William?
Yes, my dear, I am.
I'm very bad. I'm not a bit hungry. Tell me what else a man should do when he's fond of somebody.
Well, it's not easy to go on, Vicki. You see, it's the first time that this man has ever been this fond of somebody. It's a little overpowering. Words are hard to find.
Would action be easier?
Yes, they would, yes. Thank you, yes. Let's go for a walk.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, of course not. You're tired.
But no, I feel wonderful. Keep talking to me. I want to hear more about words or action.
Vicki.
Yes, Ian?
I've got to tell you this. I've been thinking about it every minute of the day and night.
Go on, tell me.
I can't leave this lovely country of yours without taking something of you away with me. Perhaps a little piece of your heart, so small that you'll scarcely miss it. I'll leave you all of mine in exchange.
Oi, Miss Como, are you still in your dressing room?
It's all right, Joe. I'm leaving now.
Who is that?
The fireman making his rounds. He locks up every night and makes sure there's nothing burning.
But there is something, Vicki. A fire that Joe will never be able to put out. A flame that will always be burning.
Of course you are, Toddy. I told you you had a fever.
Fever? Oh, it's not a fever. It's much more than that.
No, it's not. It's just a plain old temperature. Here's the thermometer.
Thermometer? Oh, yes.
Open your mouth. There. Now, what have you been doing, Mr. Merriweather?
Me? I've been talking like a madman for 5 minutes. He hasn't even answered me.
I know. He's been off on one of his little daydream trips again. I think if we x-rayed his head, we'd find a little travel bureau in one corner of it. This time, William, you didn't take me with you.
Oh, I took you with me, all right, my darling. But where have you been? You didn't take me with you.
I've been at the drugstore.
At the campus drugstore? From the length of time you were gone, I thought perhaps you suddenly remembered some favorite little chemist in London.
Sorry to have been so long, Toddy. I did run into a little trouble.
What kind of trouble, man? By George, if a woman like you can't get around this town without being molested.
Oh, no, Mr. Merriweather, it was nothing like that. This man just wanted to talk to me, so I sat in the car and he sat on his motorcycle and we had a little...
On his motorcycle, Victoria? A police officer?
Yes, sir. Cop.
I'll break him. I'll have him transferred so far from headquarters you'll have to report by Tom-Tom.
Wait, just a minute, Mr. Merriweather, please. You know, it's barely possible that my lovely wife was not entirely blameless. I take it, Vicki, my darling, that this conversation between you and the officer was not merely social.
No. You see, I left here in such a hurry I forgot my driver's license.
Well, they can't shoot you for that, Mrs. Hall. Besides, I'm always forgetting mine. Had 4 photostats made, so I'd always have one with me, and they all wind up in the same pair of pants. The ones that are at the cleaners, usually.
Vicky, how did he suspect that you didn't have your driver's license with you?
He asked me for it.
Just out of morbid curiosity?
No, I guess he had a reason.
Did he give you a hint?
He said I didn't stop at the stop sign.
He said?
Well, William, I always stop there. At least I practically stop like everyone does. But I was rushing and I probably didn't absolutely stop.
Well, I imagine that happens to all of us, Mrs. Hall.
Well, he must have read you quite a lecture to have held you up so long.
Oh, he did.
Well, I'm glad you're back, my dear, and I'm also glad it was no worse.
Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, it was a little worse.
Don't tell me that this association with the traffic officer developed further.
Well, it wouldn't have if he'd minded his own business.
You are aware, of course, of the nature of his business.
Yes, but I guess I was a little flustered, so after he spoke to me about the stop sign, I found myself in the middle of the block past the drugstore, and I was in a great hurry, so I made the turn.
U-turn?
U-turn?
Me turn. And when I got to the drugstore, there were so many bicycles.
Now, just a minute, Victoria. What on earth have bicycles to do with this?
Because the kids leave their bicycles all over the sidewalk when they go into the drugstore to read the comic books.
If it's there on the sidewalk.
Yes, but they're sold all over, and I didn't want to scratch any of them or anything, so I just sort of drifted past them and parked the car there.
Very considerate, man.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. But when I came out, there was something next to the car that I hadn't noticed before.
A motorcycle?
On one side, yes.
And on the other?
A fire hydrant.
Taken one at a time, my dear, and adding slowly, how many citations did you get?
4. No driver's license, stop signal, U-turn, and fire hydrant.
Now, don't give it another thought, Mrs. Hall. I'll have all these tickets taken care of at the City Hall tomorrow.
Oh, it's very kind of you, Mr. Merriweather, but it's quite impossible.
Impossible, my eye. Those boys at the City Hall know where they get the jelly for their sandwiches.
Mr. Merriweather.
Yeah?
I haven't the slightest doubt of your ability to handle this situation, and I appreciate your good intentions. But we can't let you do it. Ethically, we must accept the penalties for transgressing the law. You think I'm being stuffy?
Yes. No! You're perfectly right. I'm sorry. I was very careless.
Well, even so, Mrs. Hall, such trivial offenses.
Now, Mr. Merriweather, there is no such thing as a trivial traffic violation. We work 12 months a year with the National Safety Council to give Ivy College and the town of Ivy a good traffic record. I can't preach safety and law observance and wink at violations by my own family.
You're absolutely right, Toddy. I'll take the knock.
The rat, Mrs. Hall.
Oh, I'll take the rat.
Now, you do understand, don't you, Vic? Think of our students, driving every type of car imaginable, from chromium-plated convertibles to $25 hot rods, and none of them with the appreciation of what a ton and a half of speeding metal can do to human flesh and bones. They haven't had time to learn the dreadful dynamics of speed, inertia, momentum, and impact.
Doctor, you're right, as usual.
I hate to see you get stuck for all those fines, Toddy. It might really be cheaper if I went to the clink.
It'd be the best thing that ever happened to the city jail. Raise the social tone. They've been getting a very shoddy type of patron there lately.
Well, it'll be the first time I ever paid $40 for a thermometer. But anybody can make a mistake, Vicki. You're too intelligent to make the same one again.
Yes, of course she is. Now, I'm going home and have a little talk with my wife. Every time she sees a red light, she thinks, my goodness, I forgot to get the maraschino cherry. By the way, Doctor, you mind if I leave my record player here for a day or so?
No, not at all, Mr. Merriweather. May I use it?
Well, please do. And I hope you feel better tomorrow, both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Merriweather. I'm sorry to have involved you in this little family contretemps.
Oh, nonsense, Mrs. Hall. Perfectly natural mistake, particularly for a woman driver. Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, and Mrs. Hall, may I say that whatever your sins may be, the sight of you always makes me feel, and act, I'm afraid, younger than any son of mine would have the right to. Your admirer, ma'am. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Daddy, what an awful thing for me to do when you're running a campaign straight in the opposite direction.
Oh, forgive the sermon, Vicki, but you do understand, don't you?
Oh, of course I understand. And as for the sermon, I'm just sorry I was the one who supplied the text, Reverend. I'm a reformed character.
Only in the matter of traffic, I hope. Otherwise, my angel, I should deplore the slightest change in any facet of your character. And I think that my cold has departed sufficiently for it to be quite safe to kiss me.
You're right. It is perfectly safe. Just to make sure, let's do a little more research. Thank you, Dr. Ariston. Now, what is that machine Mr. Merriweather left here?
Oh, what he calls one of his gadgets. It's a record player.
Is there a record on it?
Yes, I believe there is.
Well, say it.
Now, what have you done to deserve it?
You know, the more I think of it, Toddy, it's really all your fault.
My fault?
Mm-hmm. If you hadn't stayed out so long in the kite flying contest, and if you had worn an overcoat to the quintannons as I asked you to, you would never have had a cold. We wouldn't have needed a thermometer, and none of this would have happened.
Stop, Vicki, stop right there. In one moment you'll have me serving a long term in Sing Sing for a crime I didn't commit. Now, let's play the record.
But it's true, isn't it?
In part, yes. In the main, no. Now, where's the switch?
But don't you think...
No more. Do you remember one night in your dressing room in London I said that I didn't understand you? Not because we lived on different sides of an ocean, simply because you're a woman.
Do you love me?
Now, how does this thing start? Oh, here we are. I've got it.
Do you love me?
Completely, eternally, I surrender unconditionally. And now please be quiet. Never mind. You listen. There stands your wife, the eye, the lovely life, singing all of all.
curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Watch for Ronald Colvin's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar, which will be released nationally next week. We'll be seeing him next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colvin. The other players were Willard Waterman and Eric Snowden. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolf and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Next, listen for We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Connery, Jim Backus, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Colgate Tooth Powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
It's a romantic June day in Mel Blanc's little town, and young couples like to sit in Crotona Park and dream of their future. In one part of the park, we hear Shirley Lewis saying to her boyfriend Seymour,
"Oh, Seymour, we'll be so happy after we're married. I'll sit home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
"Gee, that's wonderful, Shirley. I hope it's a girl." And Dottie Feller is saying to her boyfriend Nate,
"Oh, Nate, after we're married, we'll be so happy. I'll stay home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
"Gee, that's wonderful, Dottie. I hope it's a girl."
And where Betty Colby has been talking to her boyfriend Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
"Oh, Mel, we'll be so happy after we're married. I'll sit home knitting a garment to fit over tiny little arms and tiny little shoulders."
"Gee, that's wonderful, Betty. I could use a new sweater."
Mel, I'm talking about children. Don't you want to have children? What are you laughing at? I said, don't you want to have children?
"Yeah, but wouldn't it be easier if you had them?" "Well, anyway, I can't support a family, not with the cost of living what it is today."
Yes, the cost of living's really high, isn't it, Mel?
"Betty, the cost of living is so high right now that it's cheaper to drop dead." "No, but the public is getting wise. They're demanding more for their money."
What do you mean?
"Well, take the movies. During the war, when things were good, they showed Mrs. Miniver. But now that things are bad, they have to show the 2 Mrs. Carrolls."
Now, this is no time to joke. We can't expect any help from my father, either.
terribly worried about the new supermarket that's opening right next to him. He may lose all his money.
Ah, money. Why do people always worry about money? Always engaged in the frantic pursuit of the ever-elusive dollar, giving their lives false values. Work is the solution to man's ills. Contentment and peace can only be found in good, honest labor.
Why, no, that's beautiful. Where did you hear that?
When I went to collect my unemployment check. But all this talk about money is ridiculous. After all, what is money? Just paper. And I'm not asking much out of life. All I want to be is a paper collector.
Oh, look, there's Father. Now, listen, you be nice to him, Nell. He's very aggravated about that other supermarket. Oh, Father, hello.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, you moron. You're ruining my supermarket. What did you do to that burglar alarm I gave you to fix?
Well, something wrong, Mr. Colby? I didn't have enough parts for the burglar alarm, so I put some in from a jukebox.
A jukebox? No wonder when I opened the store this morning, I found a burglar dancing with my night watchman. Old inside it was, too.
Well, what are you complaining about, Mr. Colby? You should have charged him 10 cents a dance.
Oh, you idiot. And you want to marry Betty. Well, I won't let it happen. An idiot is bound to have idiots for children.
That's not true, Mr. Colby. Your daughter is perfectly normal.
Now, look, Blank, don't irritate me. I'm aggravated enough about that supermarket opening next to me.
Wait a minute, Mr. Colby. I got a great idea. That other supermarket is opening tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, why don't you put on a show in your supermarket and nobody will go to the other opening?
Say, that is a great idea, Mel. But well, who could I get for the show?
Leave it to me. I'll invite all the stars like John Garfield, Gene Kelly, Dane Clark, Katharine Hepburn, Edward G. Robinson, Hedy Lamarr, and Henry Schnickelfritz.
Who is Henry Schnickelfritz?
He's the one who'll show up. Mr. Colby, we don't need stars. I'll do the show myself.
You? What can you do?
I'll be the master of ceremonies. Oh, I can tell wonderful jokes. Just listen to this one. A big overgrown kid went to his mother and he said, Ma, can I have a quarter for the movies? So his mother gave him the money, and 10 minutes later the kid was back asking, Ma, can I have another quarter for the movies? She gave it to him again, and sure enough, 10 minutes later he was back. Ma, can I have another quarter for the movies? His mother said, but Junior, I've already given you the money for the movies twice. And Junior said, yeah, but every time I buy a ticket, some jerk at the door tears it up.
Well, that was very funny. Well, if you can put together an act like that, I guess I can make you master of ceremonies.
Well, you won't be sorry, Mr. Colby. Now I gotta beat it back to the fix-it shop. I'll write down the jokes I'll tell and have Zuki bring the act over to you. So long, Mr. Colby. So long, Betty.
Well, Zuki, I've been waiting for you. Did you bring Mel's act with you?
Well, sure. I got it right here in my pocket. Right, my coat. I got it in my shirt pocket. I got it in my pants. I lost it.
Well, I suppose you'll have to go back to Mel and tell him to write out the act again.
Oh, no, I remember the jokes. The first one goes like this. I got a letter from my girl, and she's not feeling well.
You got a letter from your girl, and she's not feeling well?
Yeah, the letter says, I am in Chicago, sick.
Chicago, sick?
I think I should have said Chicago, ill. Hey, ain't that a ain't that a hum da ding all aboard. Ain't that it stinks, huh?
Zuki, there must be more to Mel's act than just that.
Oh, sure. Hey, here's another joke. It seems a man what does it kill you? This man was walking down the street. When he met this girl. and then the girl said...
Yes, Zuki. What did the girl say?
I forgot.
Well, Zuki ought to be here soon. Hope nothing went wrong. Uh-oh. Here comes something wrong. That conceited Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel. Hello, Hartley. Windy out, isn't it?
No, Mel. 'Tis merely thousands of women blowing their tops over great, big, adorable me. In fact, I know myself like an open book. I'd marry myself if I could only cook.
Hartley, you're not so wonderful with women.
Oh, no. Mel, boy, for your information, I'm the only man who receives a free lifetime supply of elastics from the Bloomer Girls.
You're exaggerating.
Mel, boy, have you seen the new telephone directories? On the cover it says, housewives for the time of the day, dial name 3131. But for the time of your life, dial Hartley Benson.
Hartley, you must think you're the greatest Romeo in the world.
Mel, form your own conclusion. But the women have gotten together and are sending me to a furniture store to have my lap upholstered.
Why?
They want to turn it into a love seat. In fact, Mel, at a recent Dr. IQ broadcast, there wasn't one single lady in the balcony.
How come?
I was sitting in the orchestra.
Hartley, is talking about yourself your only recreation?
Oh, no, Mel. Last night I had the most wonderful time. I went to an amusement park and rode the whip.
Well, why was it so good, Hartley?
It went around so fast, for the first time in my life, I was able to kiss myself on the back of my neck. To the fish exhibition. I was standing there when an octopus grabbed me in her enormous tentacles.
Did she crush you?
No, just hugged. So you see, Mel, I even attract fish.
Sure, they're crazy about worms.
Mel, you touched me to the quick. But it makes me very happy to deliver this message to you. Mr. Colby thought the jokes you wrote were so terrible that he's appointed me Master of Ceremonies.
What?
That's right. He doesn't even want you around the supermarket tomorrow night. You're through. Well, I must be going. I'm such a lovely thing. I'm giving myself an engagement ring. Come on, Mel. Nice seeing me.
What a character. He's the only guy I know who goes to a dance and then cuts in on himself. Gosh, Mr. Colby says I can't go to the supermarket tomorrow night. Well, I'll get to that show somehow, and I'll be the Master of Ceremonies, too. Yeah, but if I show up, Mr. Colby will break me in half. Say, that's not so bad. I can go on as a team.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Teeth that dazzle and a breath that's sweet. Isn't that what you want? What everyone wants? Then try Colgate tooth powder. Yes, that pleasant-tasting Colgate all-purpose tooth powder. The second you brush it on your teeth, it gets busy, bubbles through your mouth with a cleansing, foaming action. Fine for your breath, you bet. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this all-purpose tooth powder gives a dazzling performance, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. So for teeth that sparkle naturally and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller and the orchestra with their arrangement of In My Adobe Hacienda. to Mel Blanc. Mel was going to be master of ceremonies at the big show in Colby Supermarket and thereby draw customers away from the rival market's grand opening, but his jokes were so bad that Mr. Colby fired Mel and is hiring Hartley Benson to do the job. Mel feels very badly about it. Right now, we find him in his fix-it shop, brooding.
What's the use of worrying? There's such a lump in my throat, I'll have to wash it down. Well, I'll pour myself a glass of water. Tall glass. Gosh, what am I going to do? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. How's your little sugar plum?
Mel, if you mean my wife, the word is wrinkled prune.
Oh, don't be so harsh with your wife, mighty potentate. She's not that bad.
Well, maybe you're right, Mel. Come to think of it, she's really a cross between the Queen of Sheba and Camille. Sort of a schlemiel. She made a new rule in the house, Mel. She said,
John, no matter how much we argue, before you go to sleep, you've got to kiss me.
Have you stopped arguing?
No, but I haven't been to bed for a week. What a woman. Mel, you've seen perfumes with names like Linger a Moment, or Stay a While. Well, I'm making one especially for my wife.
What's it called?
Run for the Hills. Mel, she was even ugly on the day we were married.
Oh, mighty potentate, a bride always looks beautiful when she walks down the middle aisle.
Mel, she didn't walk down the middle aisle. When the preacher saw her face, he sneaked her in through the back door. I can still remember paying for our marriage license. I gave the clerk $1.50.
Oh, wait a minute. A marriage license costs $2.
Yeah, I know, but he took one look at her and gave it to me wholesale. What a woman. The other day we were out hunting. I was standing there with a gun in my hand when my wife said,
John, don't just stand there. Shoot that crow. Go ahead, John. Shoot the old crow.
Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got low as a dog.
Do you think you feel low, mighty potentate? I'm so low I could milk a gopher. I was supposed to be the master of ceremonies at Mr. Colby's Supermarket show, but Hartley Benson is doing it now.
Well, Mel, you shouldn't be discouraged. Go on down there. Benson is liable to do a terrible job. Then you can step in and be a hero.
Gosh, mighty potentate, that's what I like about you. You never give up. You never say die.
What's the use, Mel? For 20 years I've been suggesting it to my wife, but nothing happens. Now you take my advice. She'll thank me later on. Well, I gotta be going now.
Where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see The Miracle on 34th Street, or I can go home and look at The Plague on 8th Avenue.
Well, maybe the mighty potentate is right. Hartley Benson is liable to lay a big egg, and then my chance will come. I'll go right up on that stage and hatch it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my supermarket, and I hope you'll enjoy the show. Without further ado, I present our master of ceremonies, your friend and mine, Hartley Benson.
Yes. Well, how do you do? What lucky people you are, sitting down there and looking up at great, big, adorable me. First, I shall do my famous impersonation of Gary Cooper with the assistance of Miss Betty Colby, who is almost as beautiful as I am.
Oh, Gary, isn't it wonderful that we should meet here alone in this corral?
Yup.
Let's run away together.
Yup.
Let's get married.
Yup.
And you can buy me mink coats, 4 autos, and 2 homes.
Why can't I keep my big yup shut?
Oh, Gary, can't can't you be more romantic? Look at that calf kissing that cow. Why can't we do the same?
Go ahead. It's your cow.
Betty, listen to those people booing. What am I going to do? The audience is leaving for the other supermarket.
Oh, Mr. Colby, I'm here to help you out. Let me take over.
Mel Blanc, I thought I told you to stay out of... well, wait a minute. After all, what can I lose? All right, go ahead, but make it good.
Okay, here I go. Thank you, Hartley Benson. And now, folks, my first impersonation will be a well-known news commentator. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have it on reliable authority that tonight in Russia it is snowing. On the other hand, some say it is raining. Who knows what this may lead to? And in conclusion, I can safely state that in my unbiased opinion, in Russia tomorrow, it will be slushy.
That's wonderful. We'll keep going.
But, Mr. Colby, I'm finished. I don't have anything else to say. Besides, you won't let me tell those jokes I wrote for you.
You mean that horrible joke about your girl being sick in Chicago?
Well, Mr. Colby, she's not in Chicago sick. She's in Chicago ill. Hey, Mr. Colby, they like that kind of stuff. Let's give them the rest of the act I wrote.
Hey, Yipper!
Yes, what is it, Costello?
Oh, I think the family upstairs from us has got a bad leak in their pipes.
What makes you think so?
Oh, yesterday I finished my plate of soup 3 times. Hey, Yipper! Look here. Here's a picture of my uncle. He's a flagpole sitter.
Well, why isn't he sitting on top of the pole?
Well, his wife died and he's sitting at half-mast. Oh, gosh, my luggage. Hey, Yipper! Hey, do you know why insurance is like a football game?
No, why?
Because your relatives stand on the sidelines waiting for you to kick off.
Hey, tell me, what happened to your old girlfriend, Costello, the one with a shape like a dreamboat?
Oh, she hasn't got a shape like a dreamboat anymore.
Why not?
Her pier has collapsed.
Now, just a minute, Costello.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Gosh, Mel, you really came through for Father. Now it looks like he won't lose any of his business.
Oh, who cares about that, Betty? As long as we can get married.
Married?
I'd like to have 15 children, Betty. How about you?
Oh, I'd like 15, too.
Nothing doing, Betty. I don't want 30 children.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday night at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Columbia Broadcasting System.
In Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Tonight we celebrate the return of our star comedian, Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden and a special amateur contest. New music, new voices, new laughs with Fred Allen at Town Hall tonight. The Crowd cheering Fred Allen and Portland as they march down from Maine, scattering fishing tackle and wet bathing suits on all sides. The mighty Allen players are running ahead of them wearing Palm Beach suits all ready for Indian summer. And they're all on their way to the old town hall. Tonight's the night, and everybody's going. Everybody! Here they come. Fathers.
The family's all here, Pa. What is it you got to say?
I don't want to hear a peep out of anybody for now, Ma. It's town hall tonight.
Mothers.
Lord, you got the house turned upside down. Did you lose something, Mother?
Lose something? I can't find the ear trumpet. It's town hall tonight.
Kiddies.
Now, you get your things off, Junior. You're going up to bed.
You ain't putting me to bed without a struggle, Ma. It's town hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall, and there's Fred welcoming the crowd with a second-hand thought for today. Let's listen.
There are empty saddles in the old corral, but every seat is filled at the town hall, folks. Get your camp stools on the way in.
Glad to see you home, Mr. Allen.
I'm glad to be back home, too, Mrs. Quigg. Plenty of room on the inside, folks.
Evening, Brother Allen.
Hi there, George. Laughing already, hey?
You bet.
Everything new but the jokes on the inside, folks. So hurry.
Hey, we're all set, Fred.
Okay, Harry. We're opening with Celebrate.
Right. Let her go, Peter.
Celebrating. Everybody come and join us celebrating. Now to welcome the ones we adore. Salute the twosome, the party is for. Bring your girlfriend, bring your boyfriend. Let us walk now, we'll evermore roam. Then we'll have one welcome toast to the ones we love the most. Celebrating the fact that they're back home. Cheer from coast to coast, kitty bats and drinks a toast, celebrating because they're home to stay.
Presenting that forgotten man whom I know you all remember, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, tonight, the town hall officially opens its new season. We were going to have a monster celebration for you, but some of the folks thought that a monster might frighten the kiddies, so we gave the whole thing up. Now, right after tonight's show, Hodge White is opening his new air-conditioned chili parlor. Hodge says he's going to keep his cooling system on all winter, and his new slogan will be, get your chili where it's chilly. So much for red-hot happenings around the village. And now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
Still move lower. The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Radio City, New York. Prominent radio comedian returns for winter series and is received at broadcasting station with open arms. Town hall news shows alleged prominent comedian entering Radio City.
This way for the Town Hall Tonight program. Tickets, please.
Excuse me, mister.
Yes, madam.
Is this Grant's tomb?
No, lady. This is Radio City.
Who's dead in here?
Only the radio comedians, lady. They're dead from the neck up. Town Hall Tonight tickets. This way,
Hi,
please.
Joe. Hi. Nice ticket taking, old boy.
Just a minute, wise guy. Where do you think you're going?
Well, I'm Fred Allen.
Never mind the double talk. Come on. Where's your ticket?
Ticket? I don't need any ticket. I'm broadcasting tonight.
Look, this is Wednesday, buddy. The Goodwill Court's on Sunday night.
No, Buttons. I'm on Town Hall Tonight. I'm the star.
You ain't kidding me, tourist. I know the stars on that program. Soup, Bagel, and Dud. Two swell guys.
You haven't sensed the trend, old boy. Stoop, Nagel, and Bud finished last Wednesday, and I'm starting back on the air tonight. I'm Fred Allen, the comedian.
Yeah, well, you ain't making me laugh. Now, scram. Hello, George. Oh, good evening, Mr. Van Steeden.
Well, Peter Van Steeden.
You've got me, buddy.
You remember me, Fred Allen?
This guy says he's on your program tonight, Mr. Van Steeden. What program?
What program? Town Hall Tonight. Remember? I was on the show last winter. The name's Allen.
Oh, yes, the talking bird. You're a riot.
Now, wait a minute. I'll go right up with you,
No,
Peter.
you don't, long puss. You ain't getting by me without a ticket.
Now, see here. This thing's gone far enough. You're manhandling a personality.
No, you don't. Stay
Now,
right
here,
here.
be quiet.
boys, what's all the disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Von Zell, but this bum's trying to crash the gate.
Harry Von Zell.
Sorry, brother, I haven't got a dime on me.
But I'm not panhandling. You remember me.
No, I don't remember the face. Your breath is certainly familiar.
My name's Fred Allen.
Congratulations. I'll see you around sometime. So long.
But, Harry, listen.
No, you don't now.
See here. Take your finger out of my dimple, menial. I can see I've got to go over your head. Get me the president of NBC. He'll get me in.
Listen, buddy, there's only one guy can get you into Radio City.
Yes, where is he? Where is he?
Across the hall at that desk.
It's about time I got some service around here. Say, mister.
What can I do for you?
I've got to get into Radio City.
Give me 40 cents.
40 cents for what?
Don't argue. Get into this elevator.
Now, quit pushing me. Who are these people? Where are you taking me?
Radio City sightseeing tour. Going up?
Washington, D.C. I should have gotten in the elevator sooner, I think. Washington, D.C. Married man kissing his own wife in parked car is arrested and charged with disorderly conduct. Town Hall News shows a Washington married couple narrowly escaping arrest. The scene, a husband and wife drive up to his office.
I'll park right here. Now kiss me goodbye, darling.
No, it's too risky, Clara.
Yeah, kissing's pretty dangerous here in Washington, Ma.
Nonsense, son. Your father's a taxpayer, and a taxpayer certainly has a right to kiss his wife in his own car.
Yeah, but Mr. Jones next door got 6 months yesterday.
6 months? For what?
A cop caught him waving at a woman on a bus. He couldn't prove it was his wife.
Well, we don't have to worry. I've got our marriage license right here in the car. Come on, Herman, kiss me.
Well,
Make it a quickie, Pa. I'll watch for the cops.
Let's go, Herman. Swing it.
Well, all right.
Break it up, Pa. Cheese it.
Hey, what's going on here? Why, there's nothing, officer.
Nothing, hey. What's that lip rouge on your neck, a birthmark?
Well,
You're under arrest, masher.
This is my husband, officer.
Quit kidding, lady. Married people ain't kissing this early in the day.
Oh, they're not. Well, take a look at this wedding ring and show him that paper, Herman.
Yes, here's our marriage license.
I guess that'll shut you up, Cossack.
This paper ain't shutting me up, lady.
What do you mean?
This is a cooking school diploma.
Clara!
Good Lord, I brought the wrong paper.
Excuses don't go, folks. This is Washington, D.C., and kissing in public's a misdemeanor. Now, come on, both of you.
Just a minute, Flatfoot.
Hey, what are you doing in back there, son?
You can't arrest these people. They're married.
Now, how would you know?
Well, who do you think I am, Freddie Bartholomew?
New York City, New York. The Yankees win World Series in 6 games and become world's baseball champions for 1936. Town Hall News brings you the outstanding lowlights of the series. First, an interview with the man who almost bought the first ticket for the opening game of the series, Mr. Flubdub D. Fink.
Do I start talking now? Ladies and gentlemen,
Just a minute, Flubdub. How did you happen to almost buy the first ticket?
Well, the newspaper said it was going to be a nickel World Series, so I went up to the ticket window with a nickel.
What happened?
I was $9.95 short.
A flash from the third game. Lou Gehrig hits a home run. Town Hall News shows Gehrig coming home.
Come in, Lou.
We present for the first time over the network the man who broke the World Series hot dog eating record for all time, Mr. Roland Moan. How many Frankfurts did you consume, Mr. Moan? No. Just how many? Just give us the number, if you will, Mr. Moan.
I can't talk, mister. I'm so full of dogs I can only bark.
The first band to stand up to stretch in the... The first band to stand up to stretch in the lucky seventh, Mr. Tacit Flex.
Is this the microphone here?
Yes, Mr. Flex. I'm wearing the derby. Will you, just an informal exhibit, if you will. You just show us how you stretch during the World Series?
Okay, but you'll have to stand back.
All right.
Watch this. Oh. Gol darn these tight pants.
The man who yelled the loudest during the entire series, the season's champion heckler, Mr. Raucous Pipes. Mr. Pipes.
Yay, throw the bum out! Throw the bum out! Get him out of there! Throw the bum out! Throw him out! I tell you
Just a minute. But life isn't a personal appearance, Mr. Pipes. Now, you just come over to the microphone.
I don't need no microphone, buddy. When I'm hot, you can hear me in Omaha. Yay! Throw the bum out!
Now, wait a minute.
Throw the bum out! Get him out!
Wait a minute. Just give us your bellowing high spot from the World Series. Which was your Pulitzer Prize catcall? Do you remember?
Well, in the third game, the umpire called Terry safe, you see, so I swings into action. Yay! Take that bum out! Oh, throw him out, you bum! Throw him out!
Did they throw him out?
I don't know. When I come to, the series was over.
Once again, the Town Hall News scoops the world. Tonight, we bring you a 10-second review of the leading motion picture of the week. The General Died at Dawn.
Wake up, General. What time is it, Orderly? It's dawn, General. Thank you, Orderly. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Fred, you know, it certainly is good to hear you saying thank you again. We all missed you. Did you really have a good time this summer?
Yes, I certainly did, Harry. But you know, after a while, I started to miss the city. The monoxide gas, the taxis scooting up your trouser legs, you know. Why, I even started to miss you, Harry.
Well, thanks, Fred.
Yes, I used to catch myself trying to remember things you used to say. You know, about Ipana and...
Oh, sure, Fred. You mean things like... Ipana is the toothpaste designed to help benefit your gums as well as keep your teeth white and sparkling.
That's right, Harry. And then you used to say...
The creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays don't give our gums enough exercise and stimulation to keep them firm and healthy. But you can help supply that stimulation by massaging a little Ipana into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it. And in that way, you give your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble.
That's it, Harry. It all comes back to me now. Remember how you used to finish up?
Well, certainly, Fred. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have healthier gums, brighter teeth, and a far more attractive smile if you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played Do You or Don't You Love Me? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next week... Hey, wait a minute, boys. Hey, boys, hold it. Peter, that song isn't in the program this week.
Isn't this where Soup, Nagel, and Bud come on?
No. Haven't you quartet chaps been listening to the show tonight?
Yes, that's what gave us the idea.
What idea?
That Stoop, Nagel, and Bud ought to come on here.
Never mind, Stoop, Nagel. You fellas better practice your music. If you guys were any flatter, you'd sing horizontal.
I wonder what became of Stoop, Nagel.
Look, I don't even know what became of Sally. I can't be looking behind every bubble I see around, can I? Now, let's have it quiet, boys. Oh, I just get one thing up. Quiet, please. If that's the call of the wild, you can tame it down a teeny-weeny mite, if you will.
Hello.
Well, Well, sir, as the man said when he opened the Oregon Road map, if it isn't Portland.
Yes. Gosh, oh, boy, what say? Am I glad to see you back, Mr. Allen. Just fun fun.
Hey, wait a minute. You'll be all out of cheers for the football season starts. Why all this enthusiasm?
I'm chairman of the Fred Allen Welcoming Committee. We're going to have speeches and everything.
Well, this is a treat. Say, who's this man coming?
Oh, he's the first surprise.
Pardon me, sir. Will you sign for this basket of flowers?
Oh, the committee shouldn't have done this, Portland. Flowers for little old baggy middle-aged me. Oh, God.
Isn't it wonderful?
And good luck from me, too, Mr. Landon.
Landon? Landon, my name's Allen.
Oh, yeah? Give me back them sunflowers.
Why, Dad, what does he mean?
Don't get excited,
Coming
Mr.
in here
Allen.
with this.
Anybody's apt to make a mistake.
You certainly started my homecoming off with a bang, Portland.
Oh, you just wait. The bang is coming now.
Fine, I'll hold my ear.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker to welcome Mr. Allen back tonight is Mr. Hugh McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. In behalf of the Caledonia Radio Fans Club, I take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Allen with a good luck horseshoe.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Hey, don't mention it, lad. I'm only the spokesman.
But where is the horseshoe, Mr. McIntyre?
I've got the horse tied up outside.
You mean my good luck horseshoe is still on the horse?
Aye, you can bend down and help yourself. And your radio fans are hoping for the best.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
That's fine. An auspicious start. I suppose my next present is an overnight bag that's still in Macy's window.
The next speaker on our welcoming committee, ladies and gentlemen, is DuPont Strudel, president of the Ready-to-Wear League, a jolly good fellow wholesale. Mr. Strudel.
A jolly good fellow wholesale.
Thank you personally. My friends, tonight I am here to welcome you purposely to my one-price sale in winter overcoats. With the new Harry Richmond transatlantic steam sealer, I am giving away 1 £10 bill absolutely free. I'm a sucker. I thank you.
Hey, what kind of a welcome is this? Up to now, nobody's even mentioned my name. I suppose the next speaker will show up with the keyhole to the city.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Allen. We'll get around to you in a minute. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet? I haven't heard anything yet.
No, you're certainly lucky up to now.
Now, look, Portland, don't bother with your other speakers. I'll just say a few words about myself.
Now, don't get your dander up. If you'll just give me the floor for a minute.
All right, take the floor. I'll join the mural.
The featured speaker of the evening is Mrs. Mango, president of the Mothers Club of New Rochelle.
Thank you. Mothers of the world.
What's that got to do with me?
You had a mother, didn't you?
I only remember Dr. Defoe.
Quiet. As president of the Mothers Club of New Rochelle, I take great pleasure in introducing my eugenic daughter, Gloria.
Thank you, customers.
And my 100% all-American son, Hemlock.
Hello, folks.
These kids have been listening to the radio.
Mr. Allen.
We are gathered here tonight to welcome Uncle Don.
No, it ain't Uncle Don, Ma.
Who is it?
He looks like Bucktooth Rogers. No, it's Mr. Allen, Mrs. Mango.
Oh, yes, but why beat about the bush? My 2 kiddies have written poems of welcome, and I know we're all just dying to hear them. Aren't we, folks?
It's unanimous.
Carry on, Gloria.
A poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. If I had a petunia, I'd petunia in on you.
Petunia in on you.
Don't you like it?
Did she have that petunia left over from an old knock-knock?
Who's there?
Petunia.
Petunia who?
Petunia, your old gray bonnet, and you can pull it down over your insteps.
Don't cry now,
I'd have done better at Sing Sing.
Wait till Hemlock recites. My poem is called Allen.
Allen, well, now we're getting someplace.
L is for the last you never handed.
Fine.
O is for the old age of your joke. U is just for you. I don't mean Benny.
I don't have to shake.
Answers before the snores, your funny vote. Why is for the alms you give the nation, you're just a growing pain from coast to coast. Put them all together, they spell Allen.
Wait a minute. Lousy doesn't spell Allen.
That's what you think.
Why, that's the last straw.
Gosh, this is some welcome. Hey, Mr. Allen.
Get these people out of here. Give me those kids' heads. I'll show you knock-knock.
Come on. But I haven't made my speech yet,
You
Mr.
can make it on the wing.
I get it.
Goodbye, Portland.
Tally ho.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing Sweet Violet. Your A's, boys.
When I was a handsome young fellow, I sure had the time of my life. But one day a man broke my backbone when he caught me kissing his sweet violet. Sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow. One day I forgot my suspenders and took my girl out to a dance. While dancing, I heard someone holler, "Hey, mister, you're losing your sweet violet." Sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow. We once saw on Major Bo's program. We figured to do very well. We tipped off our best friends to hear us, but all they heard was a... All right. Sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow.
If you want to steer clear of marriage and you're somebody's desire, oh, don't try a kiss that is tempting. But where there's smoke, there's sweet violet, sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow. Pretty violet, covered all over with snow.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, boys. Now, the next...
Say, Harry, what kind of skullduggery's been going on around here anyway?
Why, Fred?
Well, when I was dusting out the attic in the town hall early this morning, I came across this infernal machine here. What is it?
Oh, that's just an invention that Colonel Stupnagel had left over. It's a penny for your thoughtoscope.
A penny for your what-oscope?
Thought, Fred. Look, you put a penny in the slot, and the machine tells you what you're thinking.
Oh, a quaint contraption, isn't it?
Yeah, here, I'll treat you, Fred. Sort of a welcome home present.
Oh, swell.
There goes the penny. Now listen to your thought.
I'm thinking of those Maine woods, the lazy streams, and that big, beautiful 2.5-pound trout, the one I bought from the guy. Hey, Harry, turn that thing off.
Oh, keep on, Fred. It's doing fine.
No, you try it. I have a penny here for you. See if it pulls a knife on you.
All right, Fred, let her go. I'm thinking of smiles. Smiles of health. Smiles that can be yours more often, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just remember Sal Hepatica. Because so many times your logy, half-sick, headachy feeling is caused by two things: waste in your body and acid in your system. And Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative made especially to get after those two things: to remove waste from the body and also to help nature combat acidity. So whenever you're feeling under the weather, just do this.
Put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
Then see how quickly it will help you feel your old, normal self again. So remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Well, there's that theme song that brings back to a drama starved America the immortal, mighty Allen Art Players. They'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, we gather to witness a miracle in the modern theater. The mighty Allen Art Players thrown back into employment. Tonight, they present a mystery playlet entitled, Who Killed Rappaport? Overture, Peter.
Baldwin. Confound that butler.
You tinkled, Mr. Rappaport?
Yes, hang it. Baldwin, why do you always walk away when I ring my bell?
Force of habit, sir. I've appeared for Major Bowes, sir.
Bring me my nightcap.
Your macaroons and buttermilk, sir?
Yes, and turn on the radio.
Right, sir.
The radio always takes my mind off the buttermilk.
Right, sir. The radio is turning, sir.
Time stands still. Noel Prosey, Idaho. Police squad tests new shatterproof glass for riot car windshield. Shots are fired at pretty girl behind unbreakable glass. Ready, Miss Dodge?
All ready.
Fire, boys. Time stands still.
Oh, Baldwin.
Anything wrong, sir?
Turn off that radio. Oh, I'm dying.
Oh, egad, dead. Oh, I say. Help! Assistant! Help!
What's up, Baldwin? What's all the yelling for?
It's Mr. Rappaport. Cook, he's dead.
Lordy be. Oh! What's going on in here? Can't you servants be quiet?
It's your husband, Mrs. Rappaport.
He's dead. Dead? Call up the insurance company.
Oh, but really, madam.
Well, do something. Call the police. Call Winchell. Call somebody.
Yes, madam. I say help. Operator. Police headquarters. Barclay Rappaport is dead. Help. Police. Help.
Don't move nobody. I got you covered like a gigolo's ball spot.
Well, put down that gun. We ain't no clay pigeons. Yes, who are you? Hopalong Cassidy?
I'm Inspector Bungle, sister. This may be the old lady's home, but I ain't leaving till I get my man.
Oh, I say.
If you're the body, lay down, brother.
Now, how can he be the body? He's talking, ain't he?
That don't prove nothing. A lot of dead ones shoot off their mouths in a presidential year.
Don't be absurd, Inspector.
Come on. Which one of you three is the body? Somebody better talk before rigor mortis sets in.
The body's in that chair next to the radio. Don't point, Bridget. Excuse me, Mom.
Come on. Get up out of that chair, Bud. I'm from the furniture company. Say, he's dead, all right.
Well, you don't think Mr. Barclay Rappaport is playing possum, do you?
I don't care if he's playing Monopoly. What did you say his name is?
His name was Barclay Rappaport.
Barclay Rappaport? The Meatball King?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Rappaport.
He knew his onions. Who bumped him off?
Nobody. He was listening to the radio and he dropped dead.
Maybe he was bored to death. Any witnesses?
Gordon here was in the room.
Answer yes or no, flunky.
Well, I was in the room, but that is partly, sir.
Oh, but really, Baldwin, you're not Jekyll and Hyde.
Where's Jekyll and Hyde? Bring them two guys in here.
I'll get the Ouija board.
Don't move, you. Nobody leaves this room. There's something ain't kosher around here, and I don't mean you got a ham in the house.
Well, surely you're not hinting that Mr. Rappaport was murdered?
Why not? Barclay Rappaport was the Meatball King. Any guy that sells meatballs has got plenty of enemies. Now, you better fess up, folks. Just what happened?
Yes, what did happen, Baldwin?
Well, Mr. Rappaport rang for me to get his nightcap and turn on the radio.
Yes, go on.
Some news flash came on. There were 3 shots fired. The master said, "I'm dying, Baldwin, dying." And then...
Then what?
He leaned back and carried on.
Then I rushed in. And I rushed in.
For show, eh?
That's our story, and you're stuck with it, Inspector.
Don't be too sure, gorgeous hussy. I'll take a look at the body.
I'm sure it was a heart attack.
My deduction will show what caused his death. His arm fell against his radio. Broke his wristwatch. Stopped at 10:05.
Oh, this is silly. The radio excited him and he popped off. It's as plain as your nose in our business.
What program was he listening to?
I don't know.
It was something with 3 shots. Yes, I heard the shots in the kitchen.
Yeah, this dial turned to 13. That's station PEW. Give me that phone, Jeeves.
You're only wasting your time, Inspector.
Hello, operator. Inspector Bungle talking. Get me radio station PEW.
What are you going to do?
Keep your zipper closed, sister. Hello, station PEW?
Yes, but you're too late to vote for the amateurs.
This is Inspector Bungle, Bud. What program was on at 10:05?
10:05? Oh, yes, time stands still.
Hey, listen, I'm working on a case. Could you do that program over again for me?
Oh, goody, an encore. The actors will be delighted.
Now, hold it, Bud, hold it. I don't mean the whole program. I just want what went on the air between 10:04 and 10:05.
Okay, turn on your radio. We'll broadcast it right away.
Thanks. Turn on that radio, Jeeves.
Right, sir.
What's the big idea, stupid?
I'm going to see if that program's exciting enough to bring on a heart attack.
It was those 3 shots that unnerved Barkley. I know it.
Quiet. The radio's starting.
Time stands still. Noel Prosey, Idaho. Police squad tests new shatterproof glass for riot car windshield. Shots are fired at pretty girl behind unbreakable glass. Ready, Miss Star?
All ready.
Fire, boys.
Turn off that radio.
Yes, sir.
How many shots did you hear in the kitchen, cook?
3. But there were only 2 shots fired just now. That's right, only 2.
Then what became of the third shot, Inspector?
The third shot is in Barclay Rappaport.
Heaven, glory be! This is circumstantial poppycock.
Not so fast, Baldwin. I arrest you for the murder of Barclay Rappaport, the Meatball King.
But this is preposterous.
The rumba's up, Bud. You're behind the meatball now. You fired the third shot. You thought the radio cover you up.
Is this true, Baldwin Fenavesi?
Baldwin Fenavesi. Why, without these sideburns...
Oh, my jaw.
And without his English accent...
Hey, give me back those sideburns.
No, you don't. Quentin Scurvy. Yes, Quentin Scurvy, the vegetarian fanatic. Inspector Bungle never fails. Hey, Scurvy.
Yes, I killed him. Barclay Rappaport, the Meatball King, laughed at vegetarians. His slogan was, a meatball a day keeps the spinach away. I showed him. I proved it to the world.
Proved what?
I am a vegetarian. He was a meatball fiend. I killed him.
What does that prove?
It proves that a vegetarian will outlive a meat eater every time.
Thank you so much for the first fall appearance of the mighty Alan Artleys, ladies and gentlemen, those tireless thespians who feel that the show must go on and on in spite of fervent advice to the contrary. But then, as that young fellow Publius Sirius said, almost 2,000 years ago, many receive advice, few profit by it. Isn't that true, Harry?
Well, generally, I'd say it was, Fred, but there are still some exceptions. I know that countless people have profited by the advice of physicians regarding sal hepatica. For more than 40 years, many have recommended it. For more than 40 years, it has helped change dull, logy feelings into brighter, happier ones. Because sal hepatica is the mineral salt laxative made especially to do 2 important things.
To remove wastes from the body and also to help nature combat acidity.
And those 2 things usually cause that logy, under par feeling. So the very next time you feel under the weather, ladies and gentlemen, profit by sound advice and do this. Put 2 teaspoonfuls of sal hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. See how quickly and pleasantly it will help you feel alert, alive, and normal again. If you'll remember, sal hepatica, for the smile of health.
Now we have a pleasant surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we welcome as a special guest star a young lady from Mexico City. The Bristol Myers Company recently sponsored a talent contest in Mexico that ran for 1 full year. Now, the winner of this contest is this charming 18-year-old Mexican girl, Miss Maria Cristina Puga. Miss Puga flew to New York by Pan American plane and is staying at the Roosevelt Hotel during her visit to New York City as the guest of the Bristol Myers Company. This is the first time Maria has ever been out of Mexico City, and unfortunately, this little lady speaks no English, or I'd ask you to say a few words of greeting to you and vice versa. But her voice, I can assure you, is beautiful in any language. May I present then, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in America, Miss Maria Cristina Puga, singing Valse Musette from La Boheme. Miss Puga. really tremendous. Thank you very much. That was beautiful, and I do hope that you have a pleasant stay here in New York City, and be sure to carry our best wishes back with you to Mexico City when you return. Thank you.
Amateur contest. Tonight, Fred Allen has a special group of amateurs for this contest. So come on, let's give them a real town hall reception.
I'll have to get my license for it with Uncle Jim running around here. Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Boston night. All of our amateurs this evening come from Boston, Massachusetts. Good old Uncle Jim held an amateur contest for the town hall at the Metropolitan Theater in Boston last week. And while we originally intended to give just the winner an opportunity to appear on our program, but after auditioning some 1,100 amateurs, Uncle Jim found so many talented boys and girls in Boston that we have invited all 6 of the finalists to New York as our guests tonight. Now, these acts, the pride of Boston, will compete for a special first prize of $100 in cash and a second prize of $50. The applause will be recorded on our sound recording machine, and the 2 acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may select, with due thought and forethought, I might say, so that you may select your final winners. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to welcome Miss Gertrude Reynolds from West Roxbury, Massachusetts. Is that right, Miss Reynolds?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying your visit to New York City?
Oh, very much. Uncle Jim took us up to Radio City, and
He did, huh?
it's been wonderful to us all.
Well, Uncle Jim, you won't find anyone any nicer or better. I don't doubt if you'll ever meet anyone nicer or better than Uncle Jim.
I don't think I have.
Oh, he's very fine. Have you, do you like Boston better than New York, what you've seen of it so far?
Very much so.
You like Boston better? Well, you can't tell if you've been in Radio City all day. You haven't been out looking around. Well, we haven't any buildings in Boston as tall as Radio City, have we?
That's what I don't like.
That's what you don't like, eh? Well, I think personally that tall buildings are really a waste of time. We have the Bunker Hill Monument. That gets to the point much quicker than Radio City. But I think Boston is one of the nicest cities in the country, don't you? We have lots of things there. We have the Frog Pond, where I studied voice years ago. And Paul Revere's home. Paul Revere never could have made his ride here in New York, do you think?
Not very much.
Say, with the traffic here, the British would have had him before he got out of 59. Well, we're very happy to have you here tonight, Miss Reynolds. And what would you like to sing?
All my life.
All your life will be spent in Boston, huh? All right, thank you very much.
I've begun living all my life. All my love has been waiting for you. My life is sublime now that I'm giving all my love. Afraid to look, but I adore you. I place before you a heart that's an open book. All my life, hold me close to your heart, but all else above, hold my love, darling, hold my life.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Gertrude Reynolds from West Roxbury. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you rather stand over there, Joe, or over here? Over here, huh? There's a dancing...
Well, hello, Christine.
What? More interesting from over there. You think I look better from that side?
Better over here.
Oh, it's
better over
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Joe Madden from Boston, Mass. You live in Boston, in the city, Joe?
Yes, I do. I'm an iceman there. I push at the truck.
You're an iceman? You push an ice truck, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, life is sort of a cakewalk for you then, isn't it?
That's right.
And you play the violin on the side?
On the side.
Rather an odd combination, isn't it? From the ice business to the violin. If it was the mandolin, you could use your pick, of course, later. But Uncle Jim tells me that you are more of a trick violinist than a serious musician. Are you?
Yes, that's right.
What sort of tricks do you do?
Well, I play in the back of the neck and on the hip and between the knees and with my foot.
Oh. Say, it must bore you when you see a fellow like Chrysler just standing there playing. With no handsprings or anything. It must get monotonous. Well, do you want to go right ahead now, and I'll explain, if you want me to the radio audience, your various postures as you gyrate through the nocturne there. All right? You ready? The violin is now in back of Joe's head. Now holding the violin under his left arm. Bow is coming from someplace around his back there, I guess. Very good. Now the bow is rapidly inserted in Joe's shoe. He's doing sort of a one-legged Yazatsky with the bow coming up, rubbing against the string. It's rather difficult. You jump away from the... Now with the bow held in between his knees, the violin is stroked briskly up and down. Violinist. Thank you very much, Joe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from South Boston, Johnny, I guess you'd better go on the other side of the microphone there, for you dance, and that's the dancing mat there. From South Boston, Johnny Curtis. You come from South Boston, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
And you are a tap dancer, hey? South Boston is really the Newport of Boston, isn't it? All those beautiful beaches there, L Street, Carson, and City Point. L Street is known all over the country. Don't you think so?
Yes, sir.
On account of the brownies? I knew a brownie. Brownies are husky gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, who go in swimming all the year round, winter and summer, at this beach where Johnny lives there, over in South Boston. They're called brownies. I knew a brownie, Benny Drone. Did you ever hear of him? He disappeared for 2 weeks one winter, went in swimming over there, and 2 weeks later, a woman in Brookline heard someone yelling help in her icebox. This Mr. Drone, he was frozen in at L Street, chopped out by a bootleg iceman, and sold to this lady in Brookline. But do you know many people over there?
Yes, sir.
You know Hambone Kelly, do you?
No.
Don't you know Hambone? Hambone used to be a fine boxer just a few years ago. I knew people so religious they wouldn't speak to Hambone on a Friday over there. But you're going to, you don't mind me talking to you, Johnny? You're going to dance for us, eh?
Mm-hmm.
What style?
I'm going to do a sort of rhythm.
Rhythm dance, Fred Astaire dance?
No,
Wings and taps, eh? Oh, you all set to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, you go right ahead. Thank you. Curtis, ladies and gentlemen, from South Boston. And now, may I present Rose Rayner from Winthrop, Massachusetts, and Harold, how do you pronounce your name? Flamel. Harold Flamel from Dorchester. We're neighbors, Harold. I live in Dorchester, too. I'm sorry, it's getting sort of late. I was going to ask you a few questions about home, but I think to make sure that all the boys and girls get on, we'll just go right ahead. You don't mind, do you? Okay. So what are you going to sing? Sympathy from... the opera The Firefly. The Firefly, thank you.
I need sympathy, just sympathy. I won't think you are free. I will not scold, nor say you are bold. When I treat you tenderly, don't blame me, for you know that showing sympathy when you treat me tenderly, don't blame me, for I know you're but showing
Thank you. That was Miss Rose Rayner from Winthrop and Harold Flamel from Dorchester. And now, I thought someone had set up a mirror in front of me. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet from Needham, Massachusetts, Master Quentin Gulliver. How are you, Quentin?
Quite well, thanks.
Uncle Jim tells me that you are a sneeze expert.
I believe that's it.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. I'm a sneezer.
You do different types of sneezes, do you?
Yes, sir. I've analyzed them.
Well, do you explain the sneezes as you go along, or would you rather have... perhaps you better do it, huh?
Well, as far as it's terrible. I mean, okay.
Well, you go right ahead, Quentin.
Sure.
I'll travel instead of Gulliver this time. Thanks.
Well, the first sneeze that I'm going to deal with tonight is the dainty sneeze. Now, you've all seen dainty people, and of course, with these dainty people, we have a dainty sneeze, something like this. Now, next, we have what is known as a hefty sneeze, the alternative of a dainty sneeze. Now, the hefty sneeze with hefty people, something like this. Now, next we have what is known as the delayed sneeze. Now, the delayed sneeze brings up on one part, and there's a delay there, and then it's down on the other part. Now, the delayed sneeze is liable to be afflicted in anyone. The delayed sneeze. Oh. Now, of course, next we have the sneezing spasm. Now, of course, the sneezing spasm is oftentimes unavoidable. So I'm afraid I have... good night.
That was Quentin Gulliver from Needham, Massachusetts. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the three boys, Charlie Condrato, William Duffy, and Philip Velendi from Woburn, Massachusetts, the Holton Hillbilly Trio. You boys ready to go? All set? Go right ahead. Thank you.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande.
And I come to town to hear the band. Tell the boys. Oh, I know all songs that the cowboys know. About corrals and where the doggies go. Learn them all from the radio. Tie. Take a boy. And young men from the Rio Grande. Tell them, son. Hand me that game, boy. That's right. Damn cheek ain't tan. Well, I'm a cowboy who never started second. Never up stick to the dot now. Johnny fixing starting now. Yippee-yi-oh-ki-yay.
I didn't know that we had hillbillies up in Boston, probably good old Beacon Hillbilly. And that concludes our contest for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I get the results of your voting from our recording machine, I'll leave you in the capable care of that well-known doctor of smiles, Harry Von Zepp.
To all of our new friends at their radios this evening, may I extend a sincere welcome. To all of our old friends, we appreciate the friendly way you've remembered us during the summer. To everyone, thanks for remembering the two products that make all these hours of smiles in Town Hall possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Thank you very much, Peter. I see Fred has the results ready.
Yes, Harry, and what results? They're all tied up here. The applause meter, ladies and gentlemen, divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the 4 acts that we have called back on the stage. There's a triple tie and one away from that. I'm going to ask Harry to hold his hands over the heads of these boys and young lady, as I call the names, and I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again, if you will, for your final winners. Now, first, from South Boston, Massachusetts, the little boy who danced, Johnny Curtis. And then the sneezing master from Needham, Massachusetts, Quentin Gulliver. And from West Roxbury, Massachusetts, the young lady who sang All My Life, Miss Gertrude Reynolds. The last act you just heard, the 3 little boys, the Holton Hillbilly Trio. Thank you. The first prize, $100 in cash, goes to the Holton Hillbilly Trio, the 3 little boys. And the second prize, $50 in cash, goes to Miss Gertrude Reynolds from West Roxbury, Massachusetts. I'm sorry that we all couldn't win, but I do want to thank you all for a fine contest, and I know that all Boston will be proud of your showing tonight. Saying good night until next Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, we'll be looking for you round in front of the old town hall. Good night.
Selection Let Yourself Go is from Follow the Fleet. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.